to episode 22 of Northern Lights, the online chat show which focuses on football in the north and northeast of Scotland. My name is Martin Johnston, and each week I'm joined by our resident journalist and fellow Rothisloon, Dave Edwards. Also joining Dave and I each week are three well-known names from North football, both from the past and the present. Just a few guys reminiscing about the good old days and from time to time giving a distanced opinion on the modern game. A bit like Soccer AM meets the Antiques Roadshow. Our first guest is a member of an exclusive club of players to have won Highland League titles with three different clubs. Gerry O'Driscoll joined Dundee in 1994 from Dice Boys Club, and after a brief loan spell with the now defunct Aberdeen junior side Crombie Sports, Gerry was called up to the Dens Park first team. Gerry would spend 6 seasons with the Dark Blues, during which time he also had loan spells with Portadown, Arbroath and Montrose, and was also called up for the Republic of Ireland under 21s. In the year 2000, Gerry joined Montrose, and after a year at Links Park, he moved to Glentanner Juniors for 2.5 years before joining Huntley, where he collected his first Highland League title. Gerry joined Huntley rivals Keith in 2006, and he bagged his second title medal before moving to Cove Rangers with further title wins, and where he managed the Allen Park side for 18 months. After a short spell with Strathspey Thistle, Gerry joined Turf United at the start of the 2011-12 season, before returning to Kynoch Park the following year as assistant manager. In 2015, Gerry joined the management staff at Formartine United, where he remained before retiring from the game in 2018. A very warm welcome to Gerry O'Driscoll.
Very much, Martin. Glad to be here. Glad that Mikey Cormac's on tonight because he's going to make my club history sound short. So looking forward to catching up with the guys and hearing all the stories.
Great to see you, Gerry.
Gerry, good evening. How you doing, pal?
All's good, Dave. Yeah, all's good.
You're looking very well. You're looking very fit. You've been keeping yourself fit, playing loads of golf and things.
No, nothing at all, Dave. Nothing at all. I started farming late, so I've got a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old, and a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old when you're 42 keeps you more than active.
I can imagine it keeps you on your toes, Gerry.
Oh, very much. Mentally aware as much as physically aware.
Now, we were having a conversation a few months ago, and let's give a plug to your aunt. Now, I can't remember your auntie's name. I mean, we'll call her Auntie Bunty, but I know she's at near Ballybunion Golf Club, because I said to you, hopefully next year, I'm maybe going to go and have a game at Ballybunion, and you said, go and stay in my auntie's B&B, very close to the course. You've been made welcome.
Yeah, Auntie Mary runs the bed and breakfast in Listowel. That's where my father's from. So Listowel is, at one point, it had the most amount of pubs per head of population in Europe. So it's a very hospitable town, Dave. Try and head there for Listowel races. It's a phenomenal week. But yeah, head to Listowel. They'll look after you there. Yeah,
and I believe Ballybunion's a magnificent golf course.
Yeah, it's my uncle Donny. He's a member of Ballybunion. I've never made it out there. I think it's too good a golf course for the likes of me to be tearing up, losing balls galore into the Atlantic Ocean. But beautiful part of the country, well worth the visit. So
yeah, a pal of mine did a lot of work there about 3 years ago. He dug up all the greens over the winter time and did 18 new greens for him. Graham Webster from Inverurie, who also built 2 football grounds in this area. He built the pitch at Rothay Rovers, a beautiful playing surface at Rothay Rovers. Graham Webster from Inverurie, or Old Meldrum as he was at that time, built that. And he also built the pitch at Balmoor Stadium. There you go. Golf club designer, built 2 football pitches, and they're both in miraculous condition. Did you know that, Ger?
I did not know that. Pity he couldn't get himself down to Links and sort the greens out down there.
Well, that's true. We're going to touch on your cap, or your under-21 cap with the Republic of Ireland very shortly. But for the moment, Gerry, it's great to see you in Northern Lights.
Thanks, Dave.
Our second guest this evening is possibly better known for his time spent in the boardroom to that as a player and coach. George Yule came up through the juvenile ranks in Aberdeen with Deeside Boys Club and Banks o' Dee. He then signed for St Macher Juniors in 1970, and after having trials with Highland League sides Keith, Fraserburgh and Huntley, he signed for English 4th Division side Bury in 1971. George, however, returned north after only one season and to the junior ranks, firstly with Stonehaven and then Park Vale. George saw out his playing career with Newton Hill Amateurs until the ripe old age of 31 back in 1982. George returned to his first club D side as a coach, where he remained for 8 seasons before attaining his SFA B licence and joining Devonvale as co-manager in 1990. In 1991, George joined Cove Rangers, where he coached for a further 6 seasons. Away from the touchline, George has held several roles in the game and some associated sports. Amongst numerous other roles, George has been chairman of the Aberdeen Sports Village, a director at Ross County, a co-founder of the Dennis Law Legacy Trust, and of course, vice chairman of Aberdeen Football Club, a post which he held for 6 seasons up until 2018. Welcome to the show, George Yule.
Thank you, Martin. Good to be here.
Good to see you, George.
Thank you.
Good to see you. You're sending in photos, making me envious. You sitting in the hot tub. You didn't say whether you had a glass of champagne or a cup of Bovril, right enough. Well, us country folk are having to deal with midges and cutting lawns, etc. on a Thursday tea time.
Yeah,
I say Sunday tea time. But
yeah,
nevertheless,
it's not easy. It's not easy.
That's right. That's right. Good to see you anyway, George.
A hard life. You're looking very fit. You're looking very well, George. Nice to see you.
No, thanks very much, Dave. I feel fine, you know, after the wee scare we had a couple of years ago. Still on the radar there with the health board, but no, doing fine. Hasn't done anything to improve my golf though.
But, George, just touching on that, George. The great Jim Layton has also had a little bit of a health scare at the moment. I'm sure we're all rooting for Jim.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I was aware of that with Jim. In fact, I'd spoken with him to pass on some of the experiences that I had, both pre-operation and then afterwards as well. And Wally Gardner has been on his case as well to give him some advice. And more, we should be passing this information on to blokes of a certain age. That age, by the way, is getting younger. Just to go and get a PSA check, because you never know. It was a complete shock to me when I was told.
Yeah, very much so, George, very much so. I was reading your CV. I didn't realise about Bury FC. It must have saddened you greatly last year when Bury became no more. Bury went out of business. That must have been disappointing for you.
Yeah, it was disappointing, but to be honest, because my time there was last century, a lot of that memories had lapsed.
But it was an old-fashioned football ground, George. It was an old-fashioned football ground, wasn't it?
It was. Gig Lane was great, and you know, I remember at the time was down there as a loan. That when we did our training, like Aberdeen a few years ago, we didn't have a training ground, so we used to run through the cemetery onto a waste bit of ground on the south end of Bury and do the training there on the Himalayas.
What position did you play, George?
At that time, I was a little winger.
A little winger. I can imagine you as a little winger.
Yeah. And I suppose the pinnacle at that time there was playing in a League Cup game against Man City. In fact, I often tease people, you know, true or false, George scored against Man City. And of course, everybody says false for the wrong reason. I never did that, but actually I did that. And I did score, but it was disallowed.
There you go. We'll look at that a bit later on. For the moment, George, really good to see you and welcome to Northern Lights.
Thank you. I'm pleased to join you. Thanks.
Yes.
Our third and final guest started his playing career with Rothay Rovers, playing in the amateurs on a Saturday and with Devonvale reserves on a Sunday. Mike Cormack signed S forms for Montrose as a youngster and was loaned out to Sunnybank, only to be recalled a month later to make his debut at the tender age of 17 against Queen of the South back in August 1982. However, Mike returned to Devonvale at Christmas the same year, but only for 2 weeks, when Jock Wallace signed him for Motherwell in January 1983. After almost 2 seasons at Fir Park, Mike joined Kilmarnock, moving on after 1 season to Falkirk. In 1987, Tommy Cumming persuaded Mike to join Cove Rangers, where he enjoyed a 7-year stint with the Allen Park side. In 1994, Mike joined Lossiemouth as player assistant manager, and where he enjoyed a successful period, helping oversee a Highland League Cup win and 3 successive North of Scotland Cup wins in a row. Mike then joined 2 ambitious junior sides, firstly Turriff United and then Formartine United. Whatever happened to them? Before moving to Huntley as assistant manager in 2003, and where he helped the club win the title in 2004. Mike continued to help bring silverware to his respective clubs when he joined Inverurie Local Works in 2008, collecting 2 Highland League Cups and a Challenge Cup before joining Chris Hunter at Turriff United in 2011. Mike would follow Hunter to Fraserburgh the following season, where he would help oversee an Aberdeenshire Cup win before again moving with his gaffer to Formartine United in 2015 until retiring from the game in 2017. Welcome to Northern Lights, my good friend Mike Cormack.
Hi, Martin.
Great to see you, Mike.
Journalist.
Yes,
Gerry's
Nice to see you, Mike.
You're at a birthday, a drink.
Nice to see you, Mike.
Hi, Dave. Nice to see you.
Now, you should have been a goalie, Mike, because having shaken your hand, you've got the biggest hands I've ever seen in football. Give us an example. It's my wee hand. Look, let's see your hand. They're huge. They're like shovels.
That's a farmer's son's hand. See my dad's hands. They're much bigger than mine.
Martin.
See, when your time comes, Mike, can you bequeath one of your hands to me? I'll knock it into a coffee table.
Mike, you're looking very fit. You're looking very well. I can't believe that you started in Highland League football way back in '82. You didn't finish until 2017. That's 5 decades. You've covered 5 decades in Highland League football. You don't look old enough for that.
I feel it. I'm a fossil now. I'm a granddad of 2, so certainly changes your life.
But you've enjoyed it all, Mike, I'm sure.
Listen, I was making the list out there. I was getting depressed at the start of it because I thought, I've done nothing. And then you go Highland League, and then all of a sudden, another club comes for you, another club comes for you, and we'll come to that. But the Highland League is, it's a fantastic time there. A lot of good friends and good memories.
And the friends for life, Mike, aren't they? People you meet in the Highland League, the friendships you make, they are for life.
Oh, totally. It's a great league. When you're down in the senior ranks, you'll see your teammates for a cup of tea and after the game and a drink, and then you're away. You'll maybe see them obviously on a Saturday night, but in the Highland League, the social side of things, it is much better.
Yeah.
And that's
yeah. How do you think as a player you'd have handled, well, when the guys do go back, it's going to be very, very difficult, very, very different. How do you think you would have handled that, mate?
I would have hated it, because you've really got to, Martin was saying earlier on, with all the rules and regulations, when players just want to go and play football, finish the game, go and have a couple of beers and get home to their families. Now it's like, the total things totally changed. It's I don't know how it's going to get better, because football needs fans, clubs need corporate, and players need to be like playing in front of crowds. It doesn't matter if it's a man and his dog or but fingers crossed it hopefully will change, but I don't think it'll be for a wee while anyway.
Yeah, I think it'll be a long, hard run. But for the moment, Mike, we'll develop that later on. For the moment, delighted to see you here, looking so well, and welcome to Northern Lights.
Thanks, Dave.
So, Mr. Edwards, show number 22. We're wearing through them.
Unbelievable, Martin.
I was saying about putting a wee challenge to our viewers there, and we're getting interest from further afield, let's say, because obviously in the back of Colin Hendry, been on the show last week. I've suddenly found we've got Twitter followers from far afield, now, let's say, well south of the border, and quite a few in the west coast of Scotland, let's just say. So that's expanding the net. But it would be great if we could get our number of viewers up to 20,000 before we call it a day. That would be a bit of an achievement. So another couple of shows to go yet, though, so we're a wee while away from that. Any shout-outs this week, Dave?
Yes, well, a man I mentioned last week, I did take the mickey a little bit. We're talking about Cove Rangers and a Subbuteo pitch with a Subbuteo referee. That little Subbuteo referee, Ian Skeen, was on the blower saying he won last week. So big shout out to Ian Skeen of, well, for Martin United, we must say.
Yes, indeed. Ian, good ex-referee and colleague of mine. But yeah, he wasn't the biggest, to be fair.
Oh, that's true. That's true. The McKessick part of the match, you could hardly see him.
Well, but of course, you see, you made the comment about him being a Subbuteo referee and a Subbuteo pitch at Cove, but if the truth be told, you know, centre circles are the same size, doesn't matter what ground you're at, and I can't remember Ian ever coming out the centre circle, so there you go. Your head scratcher last week, Dave. Remind us what the question was. Maybe some of the guys here might be able to answer.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you, first of all, there's one guy got 2 out of 3, and one guy got 3 out of 3. The only one guy got it right. Martin Stewart got 2 out of 3, and our old friend John Innes from Inverurie got all 3 correct.
Very good.
So there we go. The question was, 27 years ago, I celebrated my 40th birthday at the Portland Arms Hotel in Leicester. On the Saturday, that day, I went to watch Brora against Peterhead. I had a famous footballer with me that day. And that night of my 40th birthday, that famous footballer was there, a famous referee was there, and a famous commentator was there. Because the next night, we were all doing a Murray Firth Radio charity football forum at the Portland Arms Hotel in Leicester. Who were those 3 people that attended my birthday party? And we had a fair night, I must admit, on the Saturday night. One of Scotland's most famous footballers ever. One of Scotland's best referees ever. And a wonderful commentator, I would say the voice of Scottish football, sadly no longer with us. Any ideas, guys, who those 3 might be?
Commentator, the boy Minkford.
No, I know who you're thinking of. No.
I'm thinking Arthur Montfort.
No, not Arthur Montfort. This man started in television, but he was best known for his radio commentary, where he could paint pictures and words.
Wasn't it David Francie, no?
It was David Francie. A lovely, lovely, lovely man David Francie was. He was there with his wife Sheila, and David told me he once entered on radio a David Francie impersonation contest. And David came 3rd. He did. David came 3rd. That was his commentator. Famous referee. One of the referees who used to speak to the players. And it was allowed in them days, probably frowned upon now. But a very, very good referee. Top class Scottish football referee.
David Syme?
No. Same era though. Same era, George.
Bob Valentine.
Yeah, no, same era as well. This guy came from Balfron.
Oh yeah, Brian
McGinley.
Brian McGinley.
Well
That's
done.
it.
Well done.
That's him. Brian McGinley, a lovely man. Brian, we went in on the road from Brora. Brian met us at Jim Kelly's pub in Helmsdale, and things got decidedly worse there. How the hell we got from Helmsdale to the Portlands and Leicester, I'll never know. But there we go.
Brian was probably driving the form as anything to go by. Allegedly.
I was supposed to be driving. But the famous footballer, one of Scotland's most famous footballers. Here's the big one.
I'll give you a clue. Will I give them a clue?
Yes.
He sat in the bar.
He sat in the bar.
He sat on the bar.
Oh, yeah.
And played keepy uppy.
Jim Baxter.
Jim Baxter it was.
Yeah.
Slim Jim Baxter. Lovely, lovely man. Him and his wife Moira would a lovely night with him, a lovely 2 nights. In fact, Jim Baxter was so popular, he was booked into Portland for 2 nights. And Jerry Henderson, who owned the Portlands, came to me on the Monday morning. He says, "Oh, Mr. Baxter's staying all week." I said, "What do you mean he's staying all week? He's supposed to be leaving today." He says, "No, no, no." He says, "I would call from all over the Highlands, from as far as Inverness and Portree and up to Orkney." And he says, "He's staying here all week. He's got the keys of my car. As long as he's back here for 5 o'clock in the bar to meet everybody who's going to come from miles afield to meet and shake their hands and have a chat with Jim Baxter." And Jim did stay all week, and the Portlands had its biggest bar ever from the folk that came to meet him over that week. It's a very happy memory from 27 years ago, Martin.
Brilliant, Dave. Absolutely brilliant. And the questions didn't come much more cryptic. And I was thinking about one for this week. I thought maybe something like, "We deliver messages to our next door neighbour." If it's the name of our cat. Because, I mean, that was a bit of a lottery, was it? It was a bit of a lottery. However, Dave, I'm going to whisk everybody back to 1980 for On This Day. It was qualifying cup day today, and the results went as follows: Devonville 12, Aberdeen University 1. I'm just checking dates here. No, George, you weren't at Devonville then. Clach 3, Forest Mechanics 2, Elgin City 0, Inverness Thistle 1, Fort William 2, Buckie Thistle 5, and the Buchan Derby, Fraserburgh 1, Peterhead 2, and the Aberdeenshire Derby, Keith 4, Huntley 2, and the Murrayshire Derby, Lossiemouth 2, Rothes 3.
Yay!
And Nairn County 2, Brora Rangers 0. And I was looking through the newspapers, a couple of big stories with the aftermath of the weekend games and the Monday, and there was 2 main headlines. One, Thistle were in the hunt for a keeper. Inverness Thistle's young goalkeeper, Gordon MacDonald, had broken his leg in a cup tie against Elgin, although they went on to win 1-0. And Inverness Thistle were on the trail of a replacement keeper, a gentleman by the name of Peter Bonetti. Which would have been quite a sight. I believe he maybe had a hotel or some sort of interest on the West Coast at the time. Gordon MacDonald, the goalkeeper, of course, was the brother of Kevin MacDonald, who went from Cali to Leicester City and up until recently was at Aston Villa as a coach. The Buchan Derby was marred by a sending off, and Peterhead manager Dennis Darcy was somewhat sympathetic in the incident. Charlie Barber scored the winner when a big, strong header, despite having a bout of flu. But Martin Buchan of Fraserburgh had opened the scoring. But unfortunately for him, he was cautioned in the first half, and he caught the keeper with a stray boot in the second half, and he was shown a red card. The drama had a funny side because the referee, Forfar-based Colin Sinclair, refused to believe that his name was Martin Buchan. I think I had a similar incident with Ray Charles, who was adamant that I was booking Martin Johnston, but that's for another day. But interestingly, Eddie Copeland scored the equaliser for Peterhead that day, and it says here, according to Bill McCusker, Peterhead had great cohesion, and they had the pace of Copeland, Nat Porter and Graham Taylor to pose problems for any team. So there you go. That's going back to 1980, 20th of September 1980. And the quarter-final draw, interestingly, for the Scottish Cup, which meant obviously Rothes had qualified, Dave. The semi-finals, you qualified, wasn't it? You had to win the quarter-final. Quarter-final ties, Inverness Thistle and Peterhead visited Inverness Thistle, Devonville played Keith, Clach met Nairn, and Buckie faced Rothes back in 1980. And I just left the school. There you go. Over to you, Dave.
Gerry.
Yes, Dave.
Your football career started at Dundee. So none of the juvenile, none of the junior, not even a touch of Highland League. As a very young man, you went straight to Dens Park.
Yeah, had a spell at Dice Boys Club playing there throughout my days. Never the best side in the league, always competed okay. And the move to Dundee it came somewhat out of the blue. I played centre-half, centre midfield up until under 15s. And then I think in under 15 season, the manager there says, right, we're going to play you up top. And went up top, did away fine there, scored a few goals. So, within a couple of seasons of playing as a striker, Dundee came out of the blue, no trials, no, interest for any other clubs. And Jim Duffy and John McCormack, so Duff was the manager at the time and McCormack was his assistant, came up to watch a cup final. And Ray was playing for the other side, Glenn Tanner, Kyle at the time. So they came up to see us, and we only got made aware of it after the game. The managers knew about it, but they didn't want to say anything. So we won the game 1-0. Went to the Cafe Continental, if those in Aberdeen remember the Cafe Continental. Went there after the game and spoke, and they said we'd be keen to offer you apprentice terms to come down on the YTS scheme. So that was it. That was at that point you didn't expect it. You're not going to turn it down. So that's where it kicked off. Not a lot of people know this though, but I actually played for the youths for Huntley. I don't know, it was like some sort of Aberdeenshire league for under 18s. And I played a couple of games there. Pelly was the manager, and I played for Huntley when I was 16 years old at Rothes. Came off the bench and stuck one on Craig Yates's heat I think that was for the third goal to win 3-0. I was due to go and play on the Saturday. They were getting a trophy against Cali, I think it was, at Christie Park on the Saturday. And I went down and played a game for Dundee on the Friday night. So I went down there and I was playing against Rangers reserves. So Dundee were in the Premier League at the time, and Rangers reserves at Dens Park. And I was playing against John McGregor, who was a coach at Rangers at the time. I'm sure some of you will ken him. So he was coming to the end of his career, and I was this, believe it or not, rapid 16-year-old loon. So I was giving him a bit of a runaround because he couldn't be bothered playing on a Friday night at the end of the season at Dens on a Friday night. Then I went up for a header. I came down, and he's just came up and he's leathered me right in the kidneys. And he was like that. He says, "That'll slow you down, son." And that was me. Came off, back up the road to Aberdeen. I think, see, when you're a young player, see all this COVID stuff, it doesn't matter, because I think any time you're under the age of 18, you don't have a shower after a game because you're scared of getting in the shower with the mannies. You see it even these days. So I did get showered. I went for a bath when I came up the road. Went to the toilet before I went to the bath. Piss and blood. So he'd ruptured one of my kidneys. So my full Huntley debut would have been against Cali at Christie Park the day they got, I think it was their second of the 5 league titles. But missed out on that. And Pelly had offered me terms and things like that. But, when Dundee came in for it, he was like, no, on you go. And, go and give it a go and give it a whirl. So as you do, that's what you do. And you make your way in your career and your path from there.
What was a day at Dens Park like at the start of your career, Gerry? You said you signed apprentice terms. Did that mean later in the day cleaning players' boots and sweeping the terrace and that type of thing? Was that what an apprentice did?
Yeah, I mean it was 94-ish, mid-90s, and we were on like the old government YTS scheme. So we got paid for the government, not Dundee. So we got £30 a week in your first season, £35 if you were second season. But they would look after you, pay all your meals, all your travel up and down to Dundee, that sort of stuff. But your day was you were in early, you were setting up, you had all your jobs to do. You were either on the kit or the setting up the training ground, and then back in. There was no kit men back then. I know that even the Highland League clubs have got kit men now, but back then it was down to the young lads to wash the kit after the games, clean all the boots, clean all the training gear down. So it was long days, but brilliant days. You know, you rattled through your jobs, and then you're sitting playing head tennis through the back of Dens Park till 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock at night. You know, it was brilliant. It was, you know, just what you did. And then some of the jobs you had to do, you know, like to go and paint the HSE came in, and they were going to shut down the ground because there was no yellow bands on the top of the steps. So we all got sent out with the yellow paintbrushes to paint the bands at the top of the steps. When you're walking up the steps, they've got some sort of visual indicator of where you are. So, you know, you would turn your hand to anything, posting shareholders' letters, you know, anything you like.
I remember you made quite a name for yourself at Dundee, Gerry. I remember years ago knowing the name Gerry O'Driscoll before you came to Highland League football.
Yeah, I mean, I did away okay at Dundee. You know, came through with Gavin Ray. We were in the same youth team. The Devon and Vale connection, Lenny Binney, his loon Kenny. Kenny was at Dundee with me. Me and Kenny were in digs together, so we all came through at the same time. And I think I got away okay. Captain of the youth team, scored at the BP Youth Cup final at Hampden. I think it was the last game before Hampden was torn down to the new Hampden. And then I got an opportunity more through, it was good fortune rather than anything else. Jim Duffy left to go to Hibs. He took a couple of players with him. Jim Hamilton had just left to go to Hearts, so I kind of forced a little bit into throwing me in, and I kind of came in and took my chance. And you know, I think strikers had good spells, and I think I got like 13, 14 goals in like half a season of playing there. So you know, it went well, it went really well, and you know, that's kind of where, you know, major name as such, if you go and say that. So no, it was great experience being down there and doing that.
During your time there, Gerry, you did go on loan. You went to Arbroath, you went to Montrose, and interestingly, you went across to Northern Ireland to Portadown. How did that come about, and did you enjoy it?
I'm not 100% certain how the Portadown thing came about. It was the season, just my first professional deal, you know, 2 years off the YTS, first year pro. Duffy was the manager at the time, so at that point I wasn't, you know, featuring for the first team. He says, but you need to get out and get some experience. So I thought, yeah, a month in Portadown, so good standards, competitive. Now the football itself was proper football. It was hard football. You know, centre halves with broken noses and no teeth. Even the wingers had broken noses and no teeth. It was a tough a league. But I went there and it was great. It was a great experience to go and play there in front of crowds. You were getting 5,000 there. But I mean, the story about Portadown is that the day I got there, we couldn't get to the game in time because the road from the airport to the place we were playing was shut because there'd been a bombing. So we had to go all the way around the country to get to the ground. And gee, what's going on here? But the next game, the third or the fourth game I played, we were due to play Cliftonville, who are the Catholic team in Northern Ireland. So Cliftonville had just been promoted. The last time they were in the Premier League, a couple of the Portadown fans who were on their way to the game, apparently, allegedly, don't want to get myself into trouble with anybody, were gunned down on the way to the game in a sectarian incident. So the people of Portadown said, right, we're not letting any Cliftonville people into the town today. So you normally play in front of 5,000 people, 6,000 people at Portadown. We ran out to that game and there was about 300 people there. So don't know what happened. The ground at Portadown was akin to Central Park, Cowdenbeath, where there was a stock car track around it. Around the stock car track, because they were expecting trouble, 12 Garda vans, you know, the Land Rovers, each Garda van, an armed policeman and an Alsatian. So that was just a little bit weird. But 15, 20 minutes into the game, you could hear people coming back in. So what had happened apparently was the people of Portadown had roadblocked the main roads into the town, turned anybody away they didn't know. So they thought, that's it, you know, 3:15, we'll make our way back in, make our way to the game. First wave came in, second wave were coming in. A Cliftonville supporters bus arrived late. You know, they would do what any supporters do. You know, if they're coming up to Aberdeen, they stop off in Stonehaven. and get tamped up in Stonehaven and head straight to the Fitba. You know, it's what supporters do. And the bus arrived and all hell broke loose. The supporters coming back in were stoning the bus, tanning in the windows, piling on, full-scale riot. The Garda vans were spinning around the pitch. The dogs were running across the pitch with the folk with the guns. Referee abandons the game. And I'm like, what the hell am I doing here? You know, this is just no right. So we were in the dressing room for about an hour and a half afterwards till all got calmed down, and then went back. It was the third story on the BBC News at 5 o'clock that night. My mother was having kittens. So I got back to Dundee, went to see Duffy in the office on the Monday. He says, look, you're not going back here. It's absolutely not. So an absolute eye-opener, different world, different level over there. But I guess it's character building.
That's Northern Ireland sorted. So what about the Republic of Ireland? Gerry, you got caps for under 21 at Republic of Ireland. How did that come about? Is that the Auntie Mary connection that you're linking?
Yeah, so as you can tell by my name, there's an Irish connection. I can probably tell my accent isn't the strongest anymore, but seeing I was born and brought up in Aberdeen, it's not going to be there. But my father moved over when he was 16 from Listowel, County Kerry, the shipbuilding in Glasgow, and they eventually settled up here when the oil took off. So whilst I was going through that good run at Dundee, people are always looking for people that will score goals. So I was touted for Scotland, but nothing ever came of it. So the Irish manager got in touch with me. Somebody had heard something somewhere and invited me over to training camp, went to training camp, and then got called into a squad to play Belgium over at the Heysel, the old Heysel. So earlier on about the last game at Hampden, this was the first game at the new the King something stadium, I can't remember the name, but played across there. Did away fine, got called into the next couple of squads against the Saudis and the Arab Emirates with the intent of going to Malaysia for the Under-20 World Championship. But picked up an injury in the training camp before playing against Cork City and didn't make the squad, missed out on that trip. They finished third in that tournament. It was brilliant, watched it on the TV and great to see them do so well. I think it's the furthest that an Irish team's ever been in international competition. But some really good experiences, played with some really good players, saw a different side of things with international football. Lucky really to have that opportunity to go and do that and experience it.
Amazing start to your football career. We will go further and develop into the Highland League very shortly. For the moment, Gerry, thanks for that.
Thanks, Dave.
George, you started out your footballing career with the Deeside Boys Club, and you've had a long affinity with that particular club, and you've ended up president. Is that right, to the club?
No, I was president of the Juvenile Association after that. Yeah.
You've a lot of good players come through Deeside over the years, yeah.
Oh yeah, terrific guys who've gone senior as well as Highland League as well. The Deeside team that I played with included the likes of Tom Cummins, amongst others. And after I kind of stopped playing football as a result of injuries in both knees, I went back to Deeside, and we had a great team there, and won a Scottish Juvenile Cup with guys like Robbie Chain in the team. I think Robbie was Peterhead, was he? Good bunch of guys, good club, because they were, they would have been called Banks of Yea, but when Peter or Pat Gerrard ran Banks of Yea, when guys like Ian Taylor, Martin Buchan, George Buchan, Ian Donald, they were like the club that Aberdeen put the rest signings to at under 18. But they went defunct, and I don't know what the protocol was, but you weren't allowed to start up a Banks of Yea again. So they named them Deeside, and we played all our games at Spain Park, when the senior Banks of Yea team were playing away. Great club, and great committee, some real characters, even the famous George Much, him that scored a winning penalty in 1923, just before I was born, you know.
I mean, obviously, juvenile football has a huge role in the Aberdeen community, both from a social point of view for interaction. It's a great platform for youngsters to show off their skills, and many players have come up through the juvenile ranks in Aberdeen. It's quite a flagship for the north of Scotland, would you say?
Well, it is, and although it's changed, I mean, in those days when I was playing under 18, the leagues you had was your youth league under 18. You had the Granite City League, which I think was under 23. You had the District League, which was under 27, and then you had amateurs and juniors. You know, so it was quite well structured at that time. So just about every kid who could kick a ball found a game somewhere. You know. These days, as I understand it, you go from youth league, juvenile, if you're good enough, straight up to junior or up to Highland League or senior. If you're not of that standard, you may just go to an amateur team, you know. So it's quite a big leap for a 17-year-old, even to be thrust into the junior league as a youngster, you know, let alone guys going up to Highland League and that. But in those days, if you were a junior player, you were a good player, you know.
Yep. I mean, I dare say they talk about the football pathway in modern terms, but that was possibly more of a pathway in respect that lots of clubs have teams that at certain levels, but they can hit this glass ceiling because if you could find yourself not being able to go anywhere else other than your parent club, as it were, and they dictate whether you play school football and so on and so forth. And it's been well debated on here that back in the good old days, people played for their school team in the morning, they maybe played for their juvenile club in the afternoon, and on a Sunday they maybe played for their local amateur team. What's your thoughts, George?
Yeah, well, at the risk of sounding as a bit of a dinosaur, which I hope I'm not, couldn't get enough games in those days, and you were encouraged to play as many games as possible. And you're right, Martin, you played for your school team on the Saturday, your other team on the Saturday afternoon. If the adults were stuck for players as a kid, you would go and play Sunday League or Sunday Welfare. There was also Champion Street at certain times of the year. And I've got really mixed feelings these days about when I hear, particularly in senior clubs, they don't want children to play for their school team. And I really don't get that, to be honest, because I think the more touches of a ball a kid could get in his formative years, surely the better that is, you know. And I think all senior clubs are like that now. And you know, testament to how things have changed was a year or so ago, my two boys were playing in the Aberdeen senior school select team, and what a job we had finding 11 players to go in the park at Cove Rangers Cove Rangers pitch last year. It's sad to see, because the Aberdeen schoolboys select, I mean, they used to be one of the premier select teams in Scotland, you know. So I think that's maybe a sign of how things have gone, you know. And more, of course, players are hooked by senior clubs, and rightly so. They're attracted, you know, they've got a dream and stuff like that. And unfortunately, you know, dreams can be ruined in a very short space of time. So I personally would encourage the younger players to play as much football as they can, because you see, when you stop playing football, you have a long career as a non-player.
For sure. George, you've had an insight to what goes on in the boardrooms, etc. Who's making these decisions? Is it clubs? Is it coaches? Is it the national director of football? You know, because everybody to a man that we've had on this show have all said the same thing. Now, granted, the majority of people, if not all the people have been on the show, are former players and former managers and former coaches. But surely you guys can't all be wrong.
Yeah, no, I think it stems from the top of the game, and I'm referring to the SFA down away. In clubs, really, if they don't comply, they're in breach of regulations kind of protecting kids. Another thing is, if you don't fix up players at an early age, the chances are somebody else will come in and nick them as well, you know. So it's I have a certain amount of sympathy, because bear in mind, the guys who are doing the coaching in the senior clubs and the scouts, when push comes to shove, these guys are employees who have to do what they're told. So as I say, I think that rule and pressure comes from the top down. And the great thing about football, it's full of opinions, right, wrong, or indifferent, you know.
Absolutely.
I used to say at Pittodrie, I've never been in a job in my life where so many other people could do it better than me.
I think that's a very familiar phrase, I have to say. Absolutely. George, you did progress through the juveniles, and interestingly, you played for St Macher Juniors. Now, that must have been close to when they couldn't have lasted much longer after you were away. Would that be right?
Well, I'd like to take the credit for that, but I can't. St Macher was Balgownie renamed, because there was a team called Balgownie who played at Linksfield 2, for those of us who can remember Linksfield 1 and Linksfield 2. So Balgownie's home pitch was Linksfield 2, and I think it was a season after Balgownie changed their name to St Macher that I was asked to play a game for him. Played against Stony Wood. I think I've still got Dick Lovell's stud in the shin, you know. But I was fortunate enough to score a goal from a corner. There's not many headers I score, being 5'6", but that was one. And I'll tell you whose header it came off of. One of my teammates was Brucey Fraser, who played for Inverness Thistle, centre half.
Okay.
And Bruce came up for a corner, and he had a square head, so it was going by the post, but I was at the far post and nodded it in. And after the game, because it finished 2-2 and I'd scored, they asked if I wanted to come up junior. And, well, as a kind of 17-year-old, I thought, yeah, that's a good move.
Yep.
So I did that. I
mean, a great platform for any youngster. Aberdeen Juniors.
Fabulous.
I think I'm been from up north, and I think Dave Edwards will agree with me here. I think the standard of junior football through in Aberdeen was somewhat better to that in Murrayshire. I think Highland League clubs got the pick of the crop. I think that was the main thing. I mean, I was always astonished that there was no Highland League clubs, you know, east of Keith, I suppose, really, apart from Fraserburgh and Peterhead. And I thought Aberdeen was an obvious place. You know, if Inverness could hold 3 Highland League clubs, then Aberdeen, surely, I was quite amazed it took so long before, the advent of like Cove Rangers and then latterly Turf and Formartine. But suddenly, you find yourself away, as was spoke earlier on, away to Bury. How did that come about? Were clubs having a look at you? I mean, I appreciate just before then you had played some trials for Highland League clubs as well.
Well, when I was St Macher, I'd been invited by George Christie, who was the then manager at Keith, in the days when Dougie Gallagher was centre half. And I'd been invited by George Christie to go up and play a trial up at Ross County. They were playing Ross County, who were flying, so he really did me a favour, bringing a 17-year-old winger and against, I can't remember a guy's name at fullback, so a really good player, up at the old Victoria Park, you know, before they turned it around for the senior Ross County now. And that seemed like it was a trip to the continent. It was that far away. And I don't think as a 17-year-old learned from Maastricht, I'd been up that late at nights. And no long after that, I was asked if I could go up to play for Fraserburgh. Now, what people don't realise, although I've lived in Aberdeen all my life, I was actually born in Brock when my father was a railway engine driver up there, but I've never stayed in Brock. So when I told my parents I'd been invited to go and play for Fraserburgh, they were very proud because it was like your home club team at that time. But unfortunately, St Marker wouldn't have let me go because they had a cup tie. So I missed out on that.
Well, Finlay Noble, as we speak, is changing the Wikipedia page to say notable sons of Fraserburgh will include George Yule. So then you find yourself interest from south of the border. Did that come as a surprise? Had they been watching you for a while? Were there a few clubs looking for you? How did that come about?
The club that was looking for me, and I actually went down, and I don't think I'd maybe mentioned this before, Martin, was Sheffield Wednesday. And at the time, this was, I was still playing junior football, and I got a letter from the then Sheffield Wednesday manager, whose name escapes me, saying that their Scottish scout is going to come up and watch 3 games. Could I tell him what our next 3 games were, you know? And that led to me going down there. But as I was on my way down there, the manager, in amongst great upheaval, was on his way out of Hillsborough. So when I turned up, I was what they call an interim manager in place, and I turned up at the reception, and he had no idea who I was, what I was doing there, or whatever. So they fitted me up with a cup of tea, some digestives, gave me some money from the train fare, and scuppered me back, and I never heard of that again. So I'd already made up my mind that as an apprentice, that I was wanting to get out of the job I was in Aberdeen, and at that time Manchester as a city was flying, and I quite fancied finding a job in Manchester if I could, and then seeing what happened from there football wise. And so I moved to Manchester initially to continue my apprenticeship there as a mechanical engineer, and it was actually, I think it was during a works game that somebody had come along and they'd kind of said, who's a young Scottish guy? And they told us. And then the Bury manager at the time was a lad called Tom McInerney. Tom was one of a football and family. Jock McInerney was a Sheffield Wednesday manager at one point. And so I went along there and I played games mainly for the reserve team. The Central League is what it's called down there. And the beauty about the Central League in England at that time, that every team had young teams and they all played their home games at the stadiums. So I was fortunate enough to play in the Central League, not only against the likes of your Rochdales and your Halifax, but also your Blackburn, your Bolton, and teams like that. Man City used to play their reserve or Central League games at Altrincham. So I never actually played at Main Road as such. It was at Altrincham and places like that. But absolutely great. And the time at Bury was great. Really enjoyed it. I think probably the most famous or well-known player at that time was the former Man United winger and Burnley winger John Connelly, left winger. But you had Tony Dunn, who was a fullback with Man United. And so because Bury was in spitting distance from Manchester, when these guys maybe got past their best and were looking to stay in the area, there was loads of clubs in Lancashire to choose from. And some great stories there. But the one guy who stuck out and really made a great career for himself, who played alongside us, was Terry McDermott, who went on to play Liverpool, Newcastle, England. And interestingly enough, I bumped into Terry 2 years ago at Close House Golf Course, and we're down watching the British Masters. And I caught up with him. And it was one of these moments you just go up and say, "You might not remember me, Terry, but we were teammates." And then once that clicked back into place, because he didn't remember, but once that clicked into place, we sat there and had a great blather in a golf club for a while.
Brilliant.
Great memory.
But you did play against Manchester City.
Yes, I did.
Yep.
That was a League Cup game, and Bury won 3-2. So for the statisticians, I can't remember what year it was, but it certainly was last century.
Fantastic. So you come back north again, George, and you go back into juniors again, and you join Park Vale.
Well, Stonehaven first.
Of course, yes.
Yeah, who were coached by or managed by Jimmy Hogg, former Aberdeen fullback. His watchword was, if they've no legs, they can't run. That was a bit of coaching advice we used to get. And in amongst my teammates then was a well-known shy guy, a young lewd, shrinking violet called Krakowski.
Well, he obviously was taking the no legs thing right to heart.
That's where Frankie served his time, under Jimmy Hogg. But no, I was good. We had a very successful junior team then.
And then latterly with Park Vale.
With Park Vale, when it was a lad called, the coach there was a lad called Vic Pimley. He was replaced by George Cowie, who at one time I think managed Huntley, not the George Cowie from West Ham.
Yeah,
the George Cowie, yeah.
Yeah, we actually spoke about him just the other week there, Dave. He was featured on This Day.
He did, because he played for Rothes as well.
Yep, and he's still got a connection at Huntley.
Yeah, Grant Turner's great uncle.
Yep. If you don't know,
George,
if you don't
George
know
is a real
Turner,
football guy. He's a real football guy, George Cowie.
Very much.
You know.
I was going to say, if you don't know Grant Turner, you'll certainly have noticed his sister, because she certainly brightens up any boardroom. Does our Alex. And she's involved at Huntley Football Club as well.
Yeah, so by the time I'd gone to Park Vale, I was playing more of a wing half role, and then I was asked if I would go up to Nairn. They were interested in us going up to Nairn, but really by that time I'd realised I wasn't going to make a fortune out of football. I fell back on my engineering apprenticeship, my job there. The oil and gas industry was picking up momentum, and so I figured I would make a career in oil and gas. And you can't play football if you're offshore on a platform.
Indeed.
On a Saturday.
So you end up Newton Hill Amateurs. Newton Hill, obviously, a wee bit out of the tune. Were you living in that area at the time, George, or what was the connection there?
Just at weekends.
Just the weekends.
Mike was saying you would go for a drink with the guys on a Saturday night, and then you would maybe see them again at training. We would go for a drink with the guys on Saturday night, and they'd still be there on Sunday night.
Brilliant.
It was a lot of pals. It was great socially. Obviously, you couldn't play serious football if you're going off and on shore. It's just no fair to the club or to yourself. By that time, I'd converted to striker, and as Gerry was saying, only you can score a bag of goals. There's always a club for you. And, I used to score lots of goals because I maybe wasn't that big, but I was pretty quick off the mark.
I've actually refereed Newton Hill at one time, believe it or not, against Rothay Rovers. Unusual for a Murrayshire referee to referee amateur games through this way, but I had Sandy Roy had persuaded me to cross the border and do some amateur games to help out on a Saturday, and so I think the first time I was at Rothay Rovers was a league game against Newton Hill, and things haven't changed, George. They're still as competitive as ever in the amateurs.
Martin, it was great. It was great. Briefly, I remember us were playing a North of Scotland Cup final against Dice at Linksfield 1, which at that point was the flagship of the stadiums in Aberdeen. And it was the North of Scotland Cup, which was the premier amateur cup in this area in North of Scotland. And before a game, we were all speaking about the antics from last night, Friday night, and celebrating the fact that we'd got one of our wingers out of jail in order he could play in the final as well. So there was no tactics at that time, and we had a manager, Norman Grant. Sadly, Norman's no longer with us, and Norman used to get in your ear before a game or at training or whenever he got a chance. And it was so funny because one, our captain there was a lad called Raymond Bissett. He, along his same style as Tommy Madden, that kind of player. And Raymond was hard as nails and there was nothing of him. And Raymond turned up for one game and he had a rubber ear that he would pass around the dressing room. And when Norman was trying to give you the coaching instructions, you put on a rubber ear and Norman didn't notice.
Oh, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. George, fascinating stuff. We'll come back to the next stage of your career as a coach in a wee while, but for now, thank you very much. Back to you, Dave.
Thanks.
George, thanks for that. You've really fired up a few memories from me there. You know, you talk about Newton Hill. I played at Newton Hill once when I was a kid, when I was at Elgin City. I was asked to come through and play for Banks of DA at Newton Hill. And you remember, you mentioned ex-Aberdeen players or Aberdeen players put out on loan. That day, Joe Smith was playing, and if I remember rightly, George Buchan, Martin Buchan's brother, I think, was playing for Banks of DA that day. I came through in the train, and Pat Gerrard met me at the station, took me for lunch at the Cali Hotel, then went out to Newton Hill. I remember that as if it was yesterday. And I also played half a season when I came back through from Rothes to work in Aberdeen. I left Rothes Decimals and I joined St Macher for a season. And I can't remember his first name, but the manager at that time was a little guy called Mearns. I can't remember his first name. It was Mr. Mearns was a manager.
Was it named Bob Mearns? It was at Local Works, yeah.
It was Bob Mearns. That's who it was, a little manny.
Yeah.
I remember it well, and it was Linksfield 2 they used to play their home games at.
Yeah.
Yeah. Another thing I can identify with, you mentioned when you were at Sheffield Wednesday, I was going down on a trial to Everton for a week, and I got the call on the Friday, "You can't come, son, it's been scrubbed." And I said, "Well, could you tell me why?" They said, "Yes, we've just sacked our manager, Harry Cartrick, and everything that was set up by him has been scrubbed." So there you go. I can identify with that as well, George.
Yeah.
Anyway, welcome to the show, Mike Cormack.
Thanks for having me, Dave.
Delighted to see you, Mike. Now, you'd some football in juveniles as well, and youth football in the Aberdeen area, but then you landed up going straight into the Scottish League, basically.
Well, I started with Colney Park, actually, straight from school. Living in Rotherham and to travel 10 miles to the nearest game of football, serious game of football at that age. There was no boys' club in Rothy. We've got a great setup now with Rothy Rovers and such, but there was nothing for the youths to play. So it was a school team, and then Dode Reid, who was run the Colney. So the first season we went into that was it was a culture shock, because going to Aberdeen was a shopping trip for me. So going in every second Saturday was something different. But we loved it. We got a few hidings, but at the end of the day, it was a great experience for the guys. The Chucht, as they called us, because we were in to play the Toonsers, and it was always a battle, must admit. But there's some good memories and a lot of good players that I obviously met over the years. We'll come back to the Highland League, because obviously they all played, like a young Ivor Perry and all these boys.
1982 was a big season for you, Mike. I'm looking at your CV. You had 3 clubs in 1982. Montrose, Devon Vale and Motherwell.
That's right. Well, my first season with Colney, the Kelly brothers were the manager of Sunnybank A, and they picked me up and they asked me if I fancied a move for the next season. So off I went to Sunnybank A, played for them for a season, and Ronnie Cross, the Montrose scout, came to see me and came out to see my mum and dad and said, "Look, we're signing your boy. I know he's only 16, but we think he's one for the future." So I wasn't going to say no, so obviously signed the forms. They loaned me back to Sunnybank A for the following season, and I played a couple of months, and then Stephen Murray was the manager. So they were obviously ravaged by injuries at the start of the season, so he called me up early. So I made my debut with Ian Matson and Gerry O'Driscoll as well. 2 young boys at the back from Montrose. Great start I had, because first challenge, 5 minutes, penalty, you know. So I was like, I got a bit of stick for that from the manager at half time to stay on my feet. He says, but I played probably the first quarter of the season. And then when the senior boys came back to full fitness, I was sort of left out and then in the stand. So I was getting really fed up. So I'd been playing for Derryville Colts or Derryville Youth on the Sunday with Billy Anderson. And it was really the Highland Reserve League when it was, because he used to have his scouts around all this sort of Rothay, Turriff, Fogey, all these places, and picked up the best young talent to make the numbers up, because a lot of boys in the Highland League then, when they said, right, I'm playing for the reserves and I saw the, you know, I'm at effect, you know, like, I'd rather, you know, but so it was actually good to go around the Highland League club, so I played a few games for them. So I gave Billy a shout. I said, look, I'm not enjoying this. Can I come to the Vale? So he said, no problem. So went to see the manager, Steve Murray, and he agreed a loan deal. So I don't even remember, but there was a famous game, Boardroom playing Montrose in the Scottish Cup, and you know, they called me back for it, and I'm like, what are they doing? I wasn't even in the team, so obviously again there had been injuries. So he called me back down to Montrose 2 weeks later, and I thought there must be a chance I start here. Didn't even get stripped. So obviously the guys at the time had passed the fitness tests, play the game. He wasn't going to throw a young lad like me into the team for a big Scottish Cup tie. So anyway, I was raging. So I just went to him after the game. I said, look, boss, I said, look, I went out, I went to leave. He says, well, where are you going to go? I said, look, you messed me about big time. I want to go back up and play Huntley football and just enjoy my football. I said, I'm only 17. I said, look, I appreciate the challenge you gave me, but you've paid no money for me. You had a season at Sunnybank and I'm down to Montrose. So we shook hands and said, right, if that's what you want. And he was, to be fair, Steve Murray, he was brand new. But went up to Banff the following week, played a game, and I think it was Nairn County, and the Motherwell scout was in the stand. So Billy said to me, look, they want you down for a trial on the Tuesday. And I'm thinking, I've only been here 2 weeks. He says, I want to, the under-18s are playing at St Johnstone on the Tuesday night. So he said, well, so I'm not even sure I got my work, because my boss at the time, I just started an apprenticeship as a joiner, and he hated football. He says, well, so he wasn't keen to let me off. I said, look, I'll make the hours up, let me away. So anyway, down we went, down to Dermot Park, and you know, you think Highland League are big pitches, you see the size of this pitch. It was absolutely huge. I'm like, holy shit, it's like enormous. So anyway, Frank Connor was the coach at Motherwell. So he got me in the team, and one of the things that when Gerry and George and you've all been involved in team talks, but this is one that I would never forgot. Everybody got stripped. Doesn't matter, you know, all the subs got stripped out in the park. I can't remember what the warm-up was, but he says, like, you've been here at 10-2. So I'm thinking, 10-2, that's a bit early, you know, 10 minutes before the kick-off. It's only 5 minutes, you're getting changed and away. So we came in, and sitting in his pocket, we didn't even know who was playing yet. So he goes, on the table, on the physio's table, 11 10p's. And he said, right, goalkeeper, obviously he's got the slip one, he's the goalie, but the rest of us, right back, left back, 4-4-2. And he named all the players. He says, and if you beat this so-and-so's tonight, there's your win bonus. So it's like, out it goes, and obviously I've done well. And after the game, he's at Billy, he says, look, I want this guy down and want to get him involved. And he says, well, but here is, you know, he's only been with us for 2 weeks. We've got things sorted out. So, no, what I'm down. He says, I'll give the manager a phone. So my manager at the time was John Wallace. So he comes on the phone and he speaks to me. He says, oh, can you get down there on Thursday night? I said, I'm taking again with my boss. I'm going back home to see. I've just got on half day on Tuesday, so I'm away on Thursday again. So I'm going to get a sack after this. So anyway, I've gone down. So we're playing Park Thistle on the Thursday night, and But there's a wee bit of cross wires here because Billy's driving me down. We're outside Firhill. The car park. This is a wind up. I'm going like, this is actually a game on the night. So we're obviously an hour early, but we are getting Phil's like, he's the best driver. So we're down like 2 hours early. So we are, had a cup of tea and, sitting outside 7 o'clock. Nobody. I'm like, then there's this Motherwell minibus comes round the corner. He says, "You're at the wrong place. They told you it's at Fir Park, not at Firhill." So we need to get from Hill into Motherwell sharply. So I got to the stadium. There's nobody in the dressing room. That's my kit just sitting there. So I'm like, get stripped out of the park, meeting these guys for the first time. I didn't even have a team talk or nothing. So, again, Joe Watt was the manager of the reserve, so he pulled me aside and says, "Where the fuck have you been?" I said, "Well, if it happens," that obviously knew the story, it was a wind-up. He's get warmed up, so we're obviously in the dressing room. And to be fair, I had an absolute nightmare, I thought myself. And after the game, John Wallace pulls me into his wee room and he goes, "So, what do you think?" I thought, "What do you mean, what do you think?" He goes, how do you think you played?" And I said, "Oh, it's terrible." "Terrible?" He says, "You weren't even as good as that." He says, "You were absolutely awful." He says, "How many times did you keep the ball?" I said, "Can't remember." He says, "But I tell you what," he says, "you've got something." He says, and I said, and I got quiet to say this, well, he says, "See that phone? Go and phone your mum and dad and tell them you've just signed with Motherwell." And I said, "Have I?" He said, "You have." That was it. Phone call at 10 o'clock at night. My dad was a farmer. When he's in his bed at like 8 o'clock, so I'm phoning him and said, like, "Is it all right if I sign for Motherwell?" He says, "Well, of course." So that was it. So that was on the Thursday. On the Saturday, they're playing Aberdeen at Pittodrie. He said, "Get your stuff packed." So I've got to go home. I was to work on the Friday and tell the guy that's me finished. And I'd already done my 6 months of my apprenticeship, and he, to be fair, he was brand new. He understood, obviously, he wasn't holding my back, and he wasn't holding my back, and I was going. But the game was called off on the Saturday because of the snow. And I'm thinking, how do I get down to Motherwell now? So I get a phone call from the wee groundsman, Andy Russell, and he goes, "Get the train, I'll pick you up Sunday." So Glasgow Central Station, Queen Street, I'm down there. He's got to sign up, Motherwell FC. So I was like, this guy's 5'2", and he's just a little character. So in the minibus, down to Motherwell, he says, "Oh, I have no idea where I'm staying." And he's telling me, "Oh yeah, we're staying with the landlady in the digs." I said, "That's great. So, but we've got to make a stop first at the Fir Park Club." Now, Sunday night's bingo night. So I've gone in there with my bags, right? And half time of the bingo. So unknown to me, and this is true story. He stands up on one of these little bar stools, and he shouts out over. There's about 200 folk in this social club. "Does anybody fancy a lodger?" So, I'm going like, what the hell? But again, teasing me because the bar manager, the lassie, she was like the landlady, so she was like working a shift. So she's like, Andy's giving him a slap. He said, "Let's go up the road." So that was me my digs. So that was my first trip to Motherwell. But as I said, big thanks to Billy, because obviously he's the one that taxied me about the place and got me a move. But it was a baptism of fire, I must admit.
You mentioned a couple of times there that the Motherwell manager at the time, who I mean, he's such a famous manager. And I know Rangers had him running up and down the sands at Gullen and things like that. Was he a hard taskmaster, Mike? And was he a training ground manager? Was he a tracksuit manager? Was he heavily involved?
He was. I mean, but I've never met anybody like them, because when John Wallace walked into the room, the place went quiet. Tell I, when my daughter first went to St Margaret Academy, went to the first, it was like the Christmas show. And honestly, the noise in that gym hall at St Marker was frightening. And Lenny Taylor walked in, and I said, the place went dead. You know, you could have had a pin drop, and that's respect for the students, because basically he's walked in. It was the same with the players with Jock Wallace. When he walked into the room, albeit a dressing room, it just shut up, you know. And it was the same when he played in the reserves. He would sit in the same seat all the time. So we would come out, and he knew on a Thursday night, Gerry will know, back me up here, when you played and you were taking off, we were about 10 minutes into the second half, I have a chance to start on Saturday. So when Jock Wallace used to come and watch the reserves, we would always look up, oh, he's not even there. So this is like, you started off really, you know, slack, and you weren't in your top of your game, and then all of a sudden you would be down at half time, and you would into the change room, and he was sitting there. He goes, well, what the hell? He says, right, you think you're going to walk? He's back out there, and I tell you, he's back in his seat, and honestly, the respect just, you know, came from him. But you mentioned Gillane. I'd won, obviously, pre-season with them down there, and there's a sand dune down there, and you're looking up, and your neck is sore because you're thinking, how the hell am I going to get up here? But he went up first, and he stood at the top, and then he's like, right. And there was a guy that remember, Andy Ritchie, came from Morton, and Big Andy, we left Gillane when he did that hill, and he took about an hour to get up that hill. So we were honestly there for ages. He was crawling to the top. He did it, and I tell you, that's the mate of the man. Big Jock stayed there until he climbed that hill. We're all the way getting a shower and change, but he's some boiling.
Brilliant. And then you moved to Cormac. I take it the Sands at Gillane weren't part of the pre-season session.
No.
Cormac.
But it was at Motherwell. When I was making the list to give Martin, I was like looking back, and I thought, I had 3 managers within a season and a half. You know, Big Jock left. It was his own downfall. I mean, I never mentioned that. We went to Ibrox, and at that time, John Gregg was the manager, and they were going through a tough time. And I think after Motherwell beat them, he got the sack the following Monday, and you know, Big Jock sent us out that day, and you know, that's one of my claim to frames, because I keep saying my son-in-law Rory, he's like, oh, you know, up until Peter Reid beat them, or Martin had been probably there, he hadn't won at Ibrox, and I'd been like, oh, at least my father-in-law has actually won that. You know, you could say I was at Motherwell when we beat the Rangers, probably, and Jock Wallace, you know, with that win under his belt, and obviously helped him get the Motherwell to the Rangers job after it, because, well, sorry, it didn't help, because Fergie said no, Jim McLean said no, and Jock Wallace came into the change room that day after he got offered the job. He says, I know it was third choice, but if I'd been 10th choice, I would have still taken the job, because obviously I loved the club so much. So, but no, when he left, it was a big blow to me especially, and obviously Bobby Watson, ex-Airdrie, got the job, and I actually liked him, but he was a total different character from Jock Wallace. You know, nobody could spare. You'd say feck once, twice. No, get a yellow card, found a fiver. You know, it was bizarre. And then obviously when Motherwell they didn't stay, they got relegated from the Premier League back to the First Division, and then Tommy McLean got the job. So was actually doing okay under him, but he was, you know, he was a little taskmaster. He was, I mean, for the size of him, but he was a little sergeant major. And Tom Forsyth was his assistant. And, you know, I've heard boys on about Jim Gerrard, you know, and I love to see him in a 50-50 with Tom Forsyth, because the two of them were like, aye, solid, and he coached that way as well, you know. But after Tom McLean, you know, he came in and said, look, Jim Clooney's been on the phone. He said, you want to go to Kilmarnock? And I thought, I didn't know what Kilmarnock was. I'm thinking, you know, Poiverotti, he's been in Motherwell for 3 years, you know, where's Kilmarnock? So the fact that he was wanting to speak to him meant, you know, he wants to sell me, and that's the way I looked at it. So yeah, I'll speak to him. So I obviously hadn't been featuring. So he came through on the Friday afternoon to see me, and he said, look, fancy a move to Cormac, promise you first team football. So they were obviously the first division with Motherwell at the same time. And I said, yeah. So deal was done. Saturday, I made my debut against Airdrie. We got humped 5-0. After the game, Jim Clooney resigns to sign a new 2-year deal, and I'm thinking, are you joking? So I was like, and normally, again, if you're not playing the Saturday or you're the street the manager, it's only courteous to leave it after the Saturday, especially when you get beat. But speak about training on the Monday or the whatever. No, I wasn't waiting until Monday because he obviously he's gone. So I grabbed him after he was talking to the press or whatever. I said, what's the deal? He says, and his words to me was, look, you never signed for Jim Clooney, you signed for Cormac Football Club, so get on with it. So I was like, oh, cheers, you know. But it wasn't like you were telling me you're going to be doing this and doing that 24 hours before. So it was a bit of a, that was a sad one, I must admit. I didn't go off to the best of starts, and obviously Cormac did struggle. You know, I was talking to a few, well, Craig Yates, I was playing golf with him on Saturday, and I was telling him I was going on this show, and I was going through all the teams, and when he was at Dundee, he was saying it was a lot of pressure on young boys to do well and get into the team, and it was the same when I was playing at that age. I was only 18, 19, but the teams I was playing for were always battling relegation. So it was guys like livelihoods that were in stake, not such a mine, but the grown men making obviously mortgages to pay, and it was a big pressure on, I think, young kids at the time. So it wasn't until really I came up to the Highland League when I would say, you know, I started really enjoying my football. But I mean, the Cormac thing was a bit of a fiasco, I must admit. And when Eddie Morrison got the job, and he just took all the guys from Cormac, Ayr into the squad, and the West Coast, the Motherwell guys, the Hamilton guys, with a car load came through. I mean, it just was one dropped out, two dropped out, only myself going through. So I was still in the contract, and I asked him a few times, so look, can I get a move? Can I get a move? And he says, no. I mean, at one point, you know, I said, well, just give me a free. And he's like, you know, we paid for you, so we want some money, and nobody's going to obviously take you on. But lo and behold, I did get a free, and within a weekend, Billy Lamont, the Falkirk manager, had phoned me, and they just won the first division and got up to the Premier League. So that was another, you know, culture shock, because I thought that was me. I was going basically back up the road, but I mean, Billy Lamont came through, and you know, they just basically clinched the title. And it was actually through, when you think back, Chapman's and Butchers from Motherwell. He was a director of the Motherwell Football Club, and then there was the same at Kilmarnock and the same at Falkirk. So they must have had a little convention with a Butchers meeting. Oh, any players that are going about, well, this boy for the Highlands has got a free transfer. Oh, take him on, it's cost you nothing. You know, that's basically what happened. But it didn't actually cost them. I got a free holiday out of it, because the win bonus for the Falkirk players was a week in Ibiza. So I'm in the house, just married a year, and Polly's like, oh, you know, Billy Lamont's sitting there, and he said, look, we've got to sign, there's no money, he said, we're going to the Premier League, we're going to try and get a squad, because basically what Falkirk had, they only had a youth team, they didn't have a reserve team, because they didn't, but Motherwell, there was a reserve league, all the Premier League teams had, so it was a big funding thing for them, so they had to get enough players signed to have two teams basically in a Thursday or a Saturday. So that's how I ended up going to Falkirk. But he says, look, there's no money, but I'll give you a holiday. You want to come to Ibiza with the guys? I just sort of looked at Paul and I thought, what do you think? I was like, you know, gone. So it was like, was honestly, he signed 3 new guys and they all went on that holiday. And I must admit, I enjoyed my time at Falkirk because I had a great bunch of lads. I mean, it's, you know, at the end of the day, as I said, again, we're back in the Premier League and it was a battle. And did well pre-season, started the first game against my old team Motherwell. And that was interesting. Well, Tom McLean thought I was finished and, you know, I was lined up against him. I was desperate to win, but anyway, we got beat 1-0. But again, Brother Lamont, I think he left too soon. He left maybe 4 or 5 months into the season, and as you know, managers change, players change, and they don't fancy another guy comes in. So I think when you count all the managers I played for that short length of time, I mean, a lot of boys have been saying, well, I mean, 10 years of playing, and I wouldn't have had as many managers as I had, but it was all ruthless stuff because we were desperate to obviously stay in the league. And if he's not good enough, he got the bullet or he walked away and somebody else came in. So, but the Falkirk thing, it was enjoyable because obviously you're back in the Premier League, so you're thinking you're going back up the road, but you're obviously got to move again. So it's and you made a lot of good pals. Still, you know, keep in touch with some of them. As I said, it's all good.
Good stuff, Mike. You jogged a memory for me as well. When I worked in Glasgow, I met in a few times with the butcher who was the Motherwell director. He was a character for sure.
James Chapman, was it? That's what it is.
That's it. Yep. Mike,
Yeah.
we'll look at your 7 years at Cove Rangers very, very shortly. For the moment, thanks for that, Mike.
Thanks, Dave.
Jerry, you've had a few good years at Dead Spark. You've done well for yourself. By your own admission, you then have a couple of loan periods, and then suddenly you find yourself coming up the road a wee bit nearer home. You signed for Montrose. Was that about a surprise move moving to Lynx Park?
Not a huge surprise. I ended up there. My final season at Dundee, I was completely out of the picture. What Mike said earlier on about, you know, it's the enjoyment factor at that level isn't always there. You know, that there's guys that are, you know, when you're in the youth team in full-time clubs, you're playing with your pals. I mean, it's your mates. You're hanging about with them every day. You make that step up into the first team level, and you leave the end of the season in May. You come back, it's pre-season in, you know, maybe July time, and you're meant to be just a manny like that. Now, you know, you're 3 months older. You're none the wiser. And you know, I was lucky enough. I got off to a good start, and it probably came a little bit too easy for me, to be perfectly honest. And you know, the seasons to follow, I'm thinking, well, hold on a minute. This is 15 goals, and I'm Republic of Ireland, and now they get in a game, and you forget what you're doing, what you did to get there. And it was a bit of a downward spiral to a degree. I don't think the support's there. I think it's probably different. George will maybe say, you know, from his time at Boardroom, I think the level of support available to younger players, younger professionals, is probably there a little bit longer. Whereas, right, you're out your youth team, you're a manny now, you just need to deal with it, and you know, 18-year-old living in Dundee, it's, you know, when things aren't going well, you know, my family were back up the road. It's, you know, it's difficult. It's hard to adjust, and you know, I kind of forgot how to enjoy football to a degree.
Is it about survival of the fittest in the dressing rooms? I know dressing rooms can be pretty brutal. I think I can speak with a wee bit of authority here and respect it. Up at Peterhead, we had a fairly prominent player within our club who was probably the big fish in his pond, and he came into our dressing room, and I could only liken it that he went into the dressing room a man and came out a boy. You know, because the Peterhead dressing room, a lot of very, very strong characters in there, and if you can't look after yourself, it can be pretty brutal. Was that the same at Dundee?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't feel it was brutal. I didn't ever feel, you know, isolated or left out or anything along those lines. But you felt it was pretty cutthroat. You know, to Mikey's point earlier on, there's guys that are, you know, playing for their mortgages and their, you know, the career's not long. You're not going to, anybody playing for Dundee at that point wasn't going to get enough money when they're finished to retire. So, you need to make your win bonuses. You need to do what you can to get the money in the bank, really. So it was quite cutthroat, I found. And then I was out of the team, and I didn't work hard enough to get back into it. And at the same time, looking back, I was 18, 19-year-old. I was a lot better looking than I am now. And, I took the temptations, if you like, that were out there. So, my focus wasn't so much about getting back into the team. Focus was more on enjoying myself to a degree. If you're even back home living with your mother and father, you might got a clip around the lug and, hey, sort yourself out. But because you're down there, you've got your own flat, you're living the life, your priorities are all wrong. But it serves you well later on in life if you can look back and learn from that. So, as things went on, went to Arbroath on loan, horrific there. It was probably one of their worst ever loan signings. I remember taking a fresh air swipe in front of where the local, the hardcore Arbroath fans were. I heard a boy said, "Can't believe he plays football for a living." I was like, wow, things can't get much worse. Ended up at Montrose for the final part of my last season. Particular career low point, got freed for Dundee on the Friday afternoon. I was on loan at Montrose. We were playing at Links Park the following day, the Saturday, against Cowdenbeath. We were 1 point off the bottom. We were 1 point better off than Cowdenbeath at the time, so a point would keep us off the bottom of the table. There was no playoffs at that point, but finishing bottom of the pile really wasn't where you wanted to be. 0-0, we're kind of doing away all right in the game. 15 minutes to go, ball ended up in midfield for some reason. Ball broke. Their hard man in the middle of the park was there, and I thought, oh, he's coming for me. I'm going to have to protect myself. So ball was up. I went high, thinking he's going to go high. Well, he didn't go high, and I came down, and it was a horrific tackle. So I thought, I'm not going to get hurt. Sent off, got beat 2-0, bottom of the league, freed on the Saturday. The worst weekend I've ever had in my life. So, that's your particular low point. They ended up taking it back the next season, but I didn't enjoy it. Kevin Drinkle was the manager there. Awful. Absolutely awful. No enthusiasm for the game. I think we were round about the bottom of that league for years. There was no enjoyment in it, and you're part of this downward spiral, and you're thinking, nah, this is going nowhere. I'm really not enjoying it here. Did away okay, picked up an injury, my ankle ligaments in a game. Big Nidri was playing. He's pals with Nidri since then, so he's over in the States now. But he's daft as a brush back then, and he thought he could stand up to Brian Irvine in a reserve game, and he got absolutely flattened. His nose was all over his face. So I ended up having to drop back in the middle of the park and turn my ankle ligaments. I was out for 6 weeks, and fitness became an issue because you're used to being on the go all the time, and that 6 weeks really set me back. And it got to the point that I didn't really know if I wanted to be there. And when you get older and wiser, if you're doing anything, I've said to the players that I've worked with, both playing and managing them, when you're playing part-time football, it's essentially a hobby for you, and you're fortunate if you've got enough talent, you're lucky enough to earn a few beer tokens for it, or in these days, you might earn more than a few beer tokens for it in the way that the current game is. But if you were doing a hobby, ticket, whatever it is, train spotting, stamp collecting, if you didn't enjoy doing that, well, you would stop doing it. So I'm going to fit my training and playing on a Saturday, because it's what I do, but I don't enjoy it. So you question why you're doing it. So, that was it was a really nothing spell in my career. And then, the opportunity came to go and play for Glentana Juniors. And, people say, oh, you were playing for Dundee and playing for Ireland with Damien Duff and all these guys.
You just read my script. That's what
so, yeah. I mean, so, yeah, what you doing going to Glentana? And I'm thinking, well, I'm not enjoying it here. So why would I stay? I'll go there and I'll play. It's on my doorstep. And what have I got to lose? And ended up going there. you know, playing there for 2.5 years and just enjoying football again. That's what it was. That's really what it was all about, and it was a great 2.5 years.
Of course, the post-match atmosphere at Glentanner's pretty good, especially when the rugby team have been playing and the girls' hockey team have been playing. That's a buzzing wee social club.
Oh my! That little social club down there seen a few good nights, that's for sure. Probably not the type of nights we should be talking about in a programme like this. But yeah,
no much social distancing. But
very little.
The rugby team would bring their own bouncers, so that was the question.
Yeah. You wouldn't. Yeah, if the rugby lads were chatting to some of the hockey girls, you wouldn't go near them.
So you have a couple of seasons with Glentanner, and then you get the opportunity to join the Highland League for the first time. Who signed you for Huntley?
The man that's looking in the middle of my screen right now, Mr. Cormac, was heavily involved in that. So I'm sure he'll come to it later on. But Billy Anderson was the manager. Mikey was right alongside him. And I think Huntley had been through a bit of turmoil. Mikey, was it Bonnyman that had just left, or?
That'd be right, Phil.
That was in Doug Will.
Was it the Wills? But
Yeah.
I think very few players. Mikey got in touch. Billy and Mikey came through to see him in the bar round the back of my house on a Friday night. Had to pretend I wasn't in there most Friday nights, and it's like, the usual Gerry. I think another night. Came through, and the offer was there, and I got to the point at Glentanner thinking I'm enjoying football again, but it's not challenging enough for me. So a lot of the boys at Glentanner have already stepped up. Behind league, Chris Nedwood, like I mentioned, Graham Loney, who went to Keith. There was a lot of that Glentanner team where went on and played in the Highland League. So we're a good enough side. But up we come. Billy makes a call. Right, come along, Huntley, sign. So up we went to Port Elphinstone and Inverurie. And I turned into the car park, and there was a tsunami of players there. I've never seen so many players turn up for the first day of pre-season. I think Billy had emptied his black book for every single player that may have been available, and it was like that SAS Who Dares Wins. Do you know what I mean? Like everyone would line up at the end of training, and Billy would point at you and say, "Right, no, didn't come back. No, you're done. You're done. You're done." So ended up there, and we whittled it down, and it was a squad of boys who were had been in the Highland League and either deemed not good enough or past their best or whatever, and it just came together really well over that 2-3 year spell. And it, a lot of it is down to to Mikey and Billy and what they put together. And over the years, I've been lucky enough that the teams that I've been successful with is that, and what I've learned from that is the teams that win leagues, the players are important, and the management's important, the club's important, but it's the dressing room and what the dressing room does that's the most important thing. We weren't the best team in the league quality wise there, but that dressing room would just would cover each other, on the park, off the park. We were close. We were, everyone knew what they were there for, and everyone was pulling in the same direction. You hear about in all kinds of football about the manager losing the dressing room and people going in different directions. And at that club at that time, every single person was pulling in the same direction. And once we had that, then it became, we were relatively successful in our first year. Second year we won the league. We a couple of additions came in at the right time. Levi, Scotty, Taylor, all coming in. It just took us up to that next level, and those boys bought into what we were doing. And Billy might say, Mikey might say that there was plenty of characters in that dressing room. I try to cause them too much trouble, but I think there was. Would you agree, Mikey? There's people, the players would police the dressing room. You know what I mean? You and Billy wouldn't get much bother because me and Martin Stewart and these boys we would know where the line is. And if anybody stepped out of line, that would get sorted out there and then within the dressing room. So it didn't have to go to Billy and Mikey and these guys.
And given the level of success Huntley had in the years prior to that, was there a degree of pressure from the club, or very at least the fans, for you to be successful?
I certainly didn't feel any. I think the years since the 5 in a row, I don't think there'd been a huge amount of success. There'd been a lot of turnover of management and players and things like that. So I certainly picked up that, the fans and things we'd understand that we were all going the same way, and the sort of team that wouldn't throw in a towel, and fans at any level, Aberdeen, Scotland, Man United, take your pick. If fans can see that players are trying for them and giving their all, they'll back you regardless of results. So I certainly didn't feel any pressure from the board. I think they were just happy that they had a team in the park that wanted to play for the jersey.
Yeah, and then of course in 2006 you joined their arch rivals, Keith. You make the move up the A96. Not only do you join the arch rivals, you help them to a league title.
The year after we won league at Huntley, we took in a few players, and you have to strengthen when you're on top. But I think we lost a couple of players. The players that we brought in maybe weren't buying into the same thing. So Billy bought a couple of strikers. I think Darren Charlicar, a lad called Fellows, and the boy Richie Stainer was playing more. So I was like in and out of the team a little bit. The season before it was pretty settled. It was me and Taylor up top. Marty would come off the bench, and it was pretty settled side. So it was a little bit unsettled there. And then Big Nidri was in my year at the time. He's like, come to Keith. And I thought, why not? Do you know what I mean? I'll give it a go. I'll come up there and I'll see how it goes. So met Martin Allen. I think Barry Stephen came the other way. Mikey, is that right?
Yes, right.
So swapped deal. Barry and went to Huntley and joined up at Keith. And again, it was a brilliant time. And the dressing room was very similar. There were a strong dressing room. There's a lot of strong characters in that dressing room, but they all pulled the same way together. So, people that speak to say, you must have been at Keith a long time. I kind of remember you at Keith and what have you. I was there 18 months at Keith. Is all I ended up there. So, and half Martin took me and he said, I've got 2 young loons that are coming through. He says, and they're the future of Keith Football Club. He says, and they're Connie Keith and Jamie Lennox. And I was like, I kind of heard about them. They're the boys that were in Nottingham Forest. And that's all you read about the time, those 2 boys doing it Forest. So he says, what I want you to do is to come in, look after them. He says, you're not going to play every week. He says, but I can't play them every week. So what you tend to find was I would play against other Broch and other Broch, Bucky, Cove, Locos, are these teams with one of them, and then when we're playing like the lower half of the table teams, the 2 of them would start to build up there. But I was happy and comfortable with that. It worked pretty well. But then I don't know. It was like around about Christmas time. Marty just like left mute. Like the boys were calling me the Eskimo because it was left out in the cold for so long. So I just wouldn't get a jersey. So played, pretty much up till January time. Didn't kick a ball for them towards the end of that season. And I've spoken to Marty about it since. I turned up at training every week. Turned up to the games every week. I took me and kicked to the games on a Saturday. And when I out, the boys were out. And I knew I wasn't playing, so I used to just go in, get changed, and come out and do my work and do my running and what have you before the game. It's important that to me, that's important. You stick together with the guys that are there. And I played 1 more game for Keith that season up at the Broch, the second last game of the season. Straight Walker put his back out, and I came off the bench with 15 minutes to go and battered into Boomer. Knocked the ball down to Barry Summers, who scored a 97th minute winner which without that, you know, we wouldn't have won a league. And Marty had says to me since then, he says, look, he says, I kind of wrote you off. I thought you were just a bit of a party boy because I got in with Neil Robertson and Gary Gibson and Derek Nichol, and the four of us were like out in the tune at the time. Do you know what I mean? We were like Thursday, Saturday, Sunday. You know, it was crazy, but it was brilliant. You know, I wrote you off. I thought you were just here for a carry on. He says, but credit to you, you've changed my mind a little bit, and I played a bit more the next season, but we came away with that league title there. I think the lad at Cove, drew with the Locos 1-1 the last game of the season. I think Locos just needed a win. I think Cove, half a Cove or half a Stagger somewhere. So I remember standing in the centre circle at the Kynech, on the phone to somebody who was commentating on the last 5 minutes of the Locos Cove game. Then it went 1-1 and it finished 1-1, and that was it. We'd beaten Nairn that day, and it was brilliant. But it was the most surreal thing you've ever seen in your life, because we were celebrating immediately after the game and jumping about, and then thinking, well, there's no trophy here, because John Grant was doing it in Inverurie because he thoroughly expected the Locos to wipe the floor with the Cove reserves. So we were like sitting about the centre circle, not knowing what to do. So I nipped myself across to the Legion and picked up a couple of crates of lager. And we sat in the centre circle with a couple of crates of lager waiting for John Grant to come up with the High League trophy. So, we had a great night after that. But yeah, that was my one season at Keith. And, you know, I do remind Marty when I see him, he says, you know, from Keith's perspective, I says, you think you maybe won 2 league titles, but the one season you had me there, you won a league title. Do you realise your mistake?
Martin Allen is still held in high regard at Kynech Park, and none more by the late Sandy Stables. I don't know what Mr. Stables will be making of events that's going on in the Highland League at the moment, in the boardrooms and the corridors of power, but he was a real character, and we cannot have you on the show. You simply must have a Sandy Stables story for us.
So there was I mentioned earlier on the setup with Marty was, he says, look, you won't play every week. So I turned my ankle a game before, and we were due to play Wick on the Saturday, and then the following Saturday we were due to play Bucky, who were up challenging. So went to training, kind of got through training, but wasn't firing all cylinders. So after training, Marty says to me, he says, right, he says, you're not playing on Saturday. I says, I need you to be fit for the Bucky game next week, because I can't play the Loons against Big Lewis McKinnon and these type of boys. So I can't risk you against Wick. So, take a weekend off. And I'm like, no fucking way, Marty. No, I'm not having this. He's like, look, you're injured. He says, I can't risk you. Take it as a compliment. You're not left out for any reason. He says, oh no, I'm not worried about that. I says, I'm worried about missing out on Wick away. It's a trip of the year. I'm not missing out on that. So up with Rocks, and he says, but that means I'm got here buy an extra train ticket to get up to Inverness for the train. I was like, well, Marty, that's what you have to do. So, part of the crew at the time, I will not play on the Saturday. I was out on the Friday, turned up to the station, like hungover, up on the train to Inverness. The lads were told to go for a walk around Inverness. I went to Station Barn to a pint, trying to sober myself up. The boys were going for pre-match up in, I can't remember the name of the place, Leibstar maybe, that are there. And they're all getting their chicken and their pasta and things. And I walk through with a burger and chips and a pint. And Marty's gone off his head. He's absolutely losing the plot. And then, for whatever reason, that day, there was nobody in the... there was nobody else in the committee bar Sandy there. So it's like you can be my vice chairman today against Wick in the boardroom. Jesus, man, Sandy can swallow. The boys at Wick can swallow, but Jesus, Sandy, back then, before, he was throwing it back. And I tell you something, I can't remember the second half. I came in that boardroom before a game, and in the boardroom at half time, I came out and I have no idea anything that happened in that second half. But Marty was giving me a shit after look at the nick of you representing the club and stuff like that. Sandy says, "Don't you worry, Marty. You're representing that club well in the boardroom today."
Aye, he was like many years ago. When I was secretary of the Aberdeenshire FA, and Sandy was president, I would chauffeur Sandy. He tried to go at least once to every club within Aberdeenshire, and on a non-Keith playing day, and so I would chauffeur him all around. And then Keith were drawn away to Montrose in the Scottish Cup, so he phones me up and says, "Listen, you've been doing all the driving." He says, "You're going to come as my Keith Football Club's guest, my guest, to the Montrose Keith game." And at that time, the pick-up point was the Egg and Dart in Aberdeen.
All right, yeah.
Well, because I've never been a big and I'm getting on the bus, and you can how you sort of say, "Geez, I can't have had a few." It was only 11 o'clock in the morning, and I'm saying to myself, see, when I get to Montrose, I'm not going to speak to anybody in the board. I'm going to stand there in the corner because I'm speaking jointy up at this stage. I'm going to have to sort of have a bit of self-discipline. And this is just par for the course for Sandy, of course. It was just, the man was a legend.
Aye, definitely.
Gerry, we're going to come back to your next stage of your career in a wee while, but for a moment, thanks for that enlightenment. Back to you, Dave.
George, 1980s. You spent most of the 1980s cutting your teeth in coaching the D-side under 18s. I'm sure that was a role you thoroughly enjoyed, bringing young players on board.
Yeah, it actually started off with an under 11 team called D-side Minors. And some of these guys followed us all the way up to the under 18s. and when we won we won everything at under 18 level, we're winning cups and leagues for fun. And with guys like Ian Stewart there, Craig Yates, both Gerry would know from Dundee, and Colin Henderson, who then went on to play with Devon Vale, and I think maybe Bucky as well. So with a good bunch of guys there, Raymond Cormack, Scott Tate was the goalie, and we had a good bunch there. And we did something that was kind of pretty unprecedented in that times in 1986, because at that time I was an engineer working onshore with Shell up in Altens, and we managed to get a sponsor for D-side, which was a company called Dietzman, whose headquarters were in Monte Carlo. Okay, but it just so happened that our head of maintenance in Shell, a Dutch guy, Wim Veltman, he took an interest in football, and after we'd won the Scottish Juvenile Cup, I took it into Shell and that to see, for some guys to see it. And Mr. Veltman came into the office, "What's all this about?" Told him. He says, "Right, let me help you there." So he got in touch with the vice president of Dietzman in Monte Carlo, and Dietzman were trying to break into Shell at that time. They'd opened an office in Aberdeen. So to cut a long story short, we had pristine brand new kits, and then all the gubbins that went with that from Dietzman, big logo in the front, Dietzman, to promote themselves. But the real prize there was that we were invited as D-side to play in a tournament in Marseille over in the south of France, and Dietzman assisted us in sponsoring the trip. We took a party of guys there, and four of us who were on the committee are coaches, and took a train to London with these 20 players, and then stayed one night in London, and then we flew directly from London to Nice, and then took the high-speed train along to Marseille. And the tournament, we all turned up with our boots to play a game in a tournament. Nobody had told us it was a blazed pitch, So the players couldn't wear their boots for getting blisters. So with all kinds of fancy trainers and that, and the teams that were taking part was like a IFK Gothenburg youth team, Kobe from Japan, Olympic Marseille, teams like that, Lyon, and we lost our first game against the IFK Gothenburg. They were a very good side, but then we beat the Olympic Marseille, and then we got a draw against the German team, and so we finished a creditable 5th out of 8 teams, because these were all kind of pretty senior clubs. Anyway, during that trip, you know, we were staying in a kind of dormitory place, and when we were in Marseille. And before the game, you know, I would go around, make sure everybody was in their bed, you know, so that the coaches, we could all nip out and discuss tactics, of course, you know. But one night, I wasn't feeling great, and I stayed in my bed, and that was a cue for all the young boys to go out. And it was, whose birthday was it? It was Ian Stewart's birthday, actually. Ian, who went from Dundee to Calais, Peterhead manager, etc., Lossiemouth. And unbeknown to me, and I only found this when we come back up in Aberdeen, they decided for Ian's birthday, the players would have a whip round, chip in some money, and arrange for him to get an escort that night. and this was a 17 or 18-year-old kid that I was responsible for as a team manager for the welfare of these guys. So I think that was in 1986. So I think 34 years down the line, I kind of kept up quiet. And so there's a world's exclusive for you tonight.
Brilliant, George. And when you say an escort, it wasn't like a Hillman Imp or nothing like that, no.
No, it was quite a nicely shaped escort, apparently.
What a player Stuart he turned out to be in the rest of his career. You must have been there at the start of it and helped him through there.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I think as a loan for Torrey, Ian did very well at Dundee, certainly on the reserve side, Gerry. I don't think he got much of a chance with the senior team. Ian was very slightly built. That was what he and I had in common as players, right? But Ian was electric. He was very quick. He was a great finisher. And I mean, thanks to Stuarty, who scored a bag full of goals, and we won every cup in the league under the sun at D-side. And then Ian decided, a bit like Gerry, he wasn't enjoying it that much at that time. I reckon that's the time when I think he'd maybe been released by Dundee. Wasn't enjoying it. And so he went with his mates from Torrey, Scotty Patterson, and some of the other guys, and went up to Lossiemouth, you know. And Ian had a good spell in Lossiemouth, which I think was the foundation, I think, for him maybe going to Calais.
Yeah.
But no, a super loan. But again, as Gerry was saying, and Mike as well, you get a good dressing room, and they sort themselves out, and it was great camaraderie there.
Yeah, you're right about the dressing room. Crazy Kellis's Lossy boys, they were. I mean, they played together, they drunk together, they had a lot of laughs together. It was a great dressing room at Lossiemouth under Fraser Kellis at that time. And you're dead right, George. The dressing room and Gerry makes a huge difference.
Yeah, no, they were a good team at that point, and of course, as you know, Lossiemouth never has a game cancelled, and in all weathers, the Lossie pitch is always on. And so when these guys hit a run, unlike some of the rest of us up there, when you couldn't get a game played and you were having to travel up for rescheduled games in midweek, Lossiemouth got ahead. They got points in the bag on a good run, and they had a really good time out there when Fraser was there.
Good stuff. But during your time at D-side, George, you also got a chance to get a taster for what happened later on, basically, with your Aberdeen career, a taster as president of the Aberdeen Juvenile FA for a couple of years, and an admin role. Did you quite enjoy that?
Yeah, but looking back now, I was a bit naive because nobody else would take a job. I was at a committee meeting, nobody else would take it. And I've always kind of been the type of guy that kind of steps out, you know, when there's an embarrassing pause, we'll say, and to try and make things happen. So I succeeded a guy called Peter Freeland Senior, who I think he had something to do with Roslyn Sports as a club. And Peter was a good age then. So I took it on, and Raymond Kelly was the juvenile secretary at the time. And Raymond was a former referee, Martin.
Yes, yes.
And sadly no longer with us, Raymond. He kind of passed away quite young, actually. And a guy who was absolutely dedicated to the juvenile football in Aberdeen. Not everybody's cup of tea, because Raymond was quite meek, but what a power of work he did for the juveniles.
And in 1989-90, you did your SFA B licence, and that was a precursor to you coming into Highland League football. And it was a great qualification to have, George.
Well, it was a great week to have at Largs. Because
George, who took your
at that time I was a real clique of coaches there, because Fergie was there, Archie Knox, Alex Smith, Jimmy Bowen, Ross Matthew, Jim Fleeton, and you all mucked in as players as well. It doesn't matter what standard you were there on an equal basis trying to get your coaching badges. And Gerry mentioned Jim Duffy earlier, and I can vividly remember me driving the car on our way to a disco in Ayr with Jim Duffy, Eamon Bannon, Davy Dodds, Jimmy Nichol, and me. A dance one night in Ayr when we were staying at the Inverclyde Sports Centre, and I was a nominated driver because I wasn't much of a drinker, and I'm still not much of a drinker. And boy, these guys had a good time, I'll tell you. Some great stories coming out of Largs. I mean, one of the nights on the way back from the town, we used to go into town later on at night after our coaching, and we'd go down just for an ice cream or something like that, And on the way back, walking up to the sports centre, we noticed Archie Knox in a phone box, a red phone box with a heavy door. And so this was at night, and it was quite dark. So a few of us were lifted up this bench. It was a kind of cast iron bench. Put it against the door to lock Archie in. Never went away. And we found out the following morning, you used to come together for an assembly in the morning, all the coaches and the students and that. And Archie Roxburgh was convening it. And he says, now, before we start today's arrangements, I'd like to call on Archie Knox, who's got something to say. And Archie went up. He said, something to say? He says, I'll tell you something to say. He says, I want to know who the boys were. He put a bench against the phone. He says, because I had to phone Craig Brown, I had to phone Brown to get some guys to get me out of this phone box.
All the truth's coming out tonight, George.
Oh, I tell you, wait till you get me on about the League Cup. That's another story.
That's for later. Now,
yes.
Devon Vale, 89-90, co-manager of Devon Vale. Who was your co-manager at the time?
It was the famous Billy Anderson, a great football guy. Billy was just full of energy. But I'd actually been invited up to assist Neil Clark, who was the manager before. Neil Clark, the goalie, and the Fraserburgh guy as well. And so Neil invited me up to help with the coaching. And then 4 weeks later, Neil packed in. He wanted to stop. So Stuart McPherson, at that point, asked Billy and I to meet him at the, what's the name of the hotel in 5E again, in the centre of 5E?
The Vale?
The Vale.
Aye. So Stuart and the then chairman asked Billy and me to come and meet him. And to cut a long story short, he says, would you guys, two guys, be prepared to take it on? So although we were co-managers, Billy was the more experienced guy in the Highland League, and I was the new coach up in the Highland League. And it was kind of funny because early doors, I can't remember for the goalie it was either Mike Ritchie or somebody else. And Billy would shout, lump it, Mike, lump it. And I would shout, play it for the back. Like chalk and cheese, but Billy was, he was so funny. And as Mike says earlier, just a football guy through and through, and passionate about it.
Mm-hmm.
Allegedly a wee bit of a rascal as well at times.
I've heard it said. I've heard it said.
Yeah, I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Now, of course, Princess Royal Park in those days, George, doesn't really resemble Princess Royal Park of today, because it was the old dressing room in the far corner, was it not?
It certainly was, the wooden hut in the corner, and the pitch was always great.
Yeah.
But the facilities were somewhat spartan.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
But it was good fun, and I can vividly remember winning our first game as a Vale, and who were we playing? Was it Team Face Speyside somewhere?
Oh no, no. Surely no.
And we won after extra time. Our fullback scored a goal, Andy Beattie. It's the only goal he scored in 17 years in a Highland League.
That gave you a taste of Highland League football, and it's a big family, Highland League football, George, and you've been associated with Highland League football ever since. And I know it's got a soft spot in your heart. But after Vale, you went on to become a coach for many, many years with Cove Rangers.
Well, it wasn't planned that way, because I'd got a promotion at Shell, and I just couldn't harmonise between being in the Highland League and being a manager at Shell as well. And so something had to go, and so I'd said to the Vale, I'm sorry, but I can't keep this going. I hadn't seen this promotion coming, but I needed to get stuck into my career, and that was fine. And probably a few months later, Davy Watson, who'd taken over at Cove, he says, look, George, he says, Ian Chalmers, Church and Sandy McNaughton, they're away close season, they're away on holiday, but they're away together, and we're starting training. Can you come and help us for a fortnight? And I think, Mike, we were training at Kingcorth Academy at that time.
Yeah, Sandy was the PE teacher.
Yeah, PE teacher. And so he says, can you come for a fortnight? And that lasted 7 years.
I mean, Allen Park was a strange football ground. I always liked going to Allen Park. It was tight. It was a ground that teams had to change their game to play at Allen Park.
Yeah, they had, and some teams could do it easier than others. Some people had got it in their heads, this is so close to the touchline, between the touchline and the wall. I can't do this, I feel tight. At corners, you could barely take a couple of steps back. And teams who come with that attitude before a game were already beaten, you know?
Mm-hmm.
There wasn't that many teams won there. And I mean, there was some great guys at the club there. You know, Mike Obviously, Graham Park, Dougie Baxter, Andy and Scott Patterson. The goalie was Stevie Beckett. What was Archie's last name, Mike? The goalie, Fatal William
McLean.
Archie McLean.
Yeah. Mike Megginson was there. My cousin Raymond Yule, he was there as well. And again, great dressing room, great bunch of guys off the park as well. And we had a physio at the time, a female called Jenny. Remember that, Mike? And
George, I was there.
We'll say no more about some of the trips back from way up north with Jenny on the bus, but you know, I'll draw a line under it there. But you're right, Dave. The hospitality in the Highland League didn't matter where you went. The hospitality was great, and of course, at my time in the Highland League, you still had Ross County, you had Inverness Colley, Inverness Thistle, Peterhead, Elgin, and it was just great trips, you know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Highland League football's always been very, very close. As I say, it's like a big family. But the trips away, George, are special. You enjoy your trip away. I mean, I used to enjoy a trip to Port William, enjoy Wick. But you had some great trips away, I'm sure, on the team bus.
Yeah, you had, and more so if you were coming back with, you know, with a win under your belt as well. Mm-hmm. And I mean, the favourite stop coming back from the North teams was at Fochabers. Well, no, us boys at Cove, we didn't take drink, you see, because, you know, we were good boys. But used to stop at Fochabers, and somebody would take orders for the chipper.
Uh-huh.
we would say, well, while we're waiting, what will we do? Right? And somebody had said, why do we not go in for a cup of tea to this hotel?
Aye.
And it was terrific, like, you know.
George, Fochabers, I'm barred for the Grant Arms and Fochabers.
Aye. No.
Yeah, no, they told us that when we were there.
Aye, yeah. We came back for Wick, like you said, after a win, and I think we'd won a league with Cove up at Wick, and we'd been in the Grant Arms for, I reckon, an year and a half or something like that. And I'm thinking, right, we need to get back into the tune. We need to, we need to go swaggering about Babylon and the casino and places like that, after winning the league. But nobody was for moving. So, and I was trying to convince them to move, and they weren't moving. So I went to the toilet, I took my tracksuit off, rolled it under my arms, walked out into the bar, bollock naked. I says, right, lads, I says, we'll finish this pint and where I was. So I stood at the bar, bollock naked, drunk the rest of my half pint and disappeared like a, didn't you come back ever again.
Martin, we're going to go, Martin.
I've got a wee Fochabers story. It was a start of the season with Formartin United, and I can't remember who Formartin had played. It was a friendly up north somewhere. Can't remember who it was now. And I'd made arrangements for them to stop for food on the way home at the hotel and Fochabers. And the bus, for some reason I was taking my car, so the bus is away ahead of me. I don't know if I had to drop some off at family up Space or something. Anyway, the bus is away ahead of me. So as I'm coming at the Fochabers in the car, here's the centre coach's bus parked, and the guys are obviously, what's the first pub on the right hand side, Dave? As you come in from
The Beastie.
the Beastie, the guys are in it.
Red Lion.
Red Lion. So I'm out the car. I said, they're obviously in the wrong place. They should be up the road. So I goes in, and here they're all houfing into all these sandwiches. I mean, they've cleared the platter. They're bouting out these sandwiches. I said, guys, this is near your hotel. And it is. This is the grub for the football team the woman put out for us. I says, guys, this is near the hotel. So I says, excuse me, is this food for the football? She says, you're Banks of D, aren't you? You're a bit you Elgin today. So I said, right, guys, get the hell out of here from before Johnny Irvine gets eating their sandwiches.
But quite a few of the teams that use the Grant Arms, I've seen me coming back and I've got interviews to do on a Sunday, and I used to go in and maybe do my interviews in the Grant Arms, and maybe a couple of teams there having a blether, having a pint. It was very, very sociable and a great stopping off point.
A sad day for the bypass was built.
Correct.
Aye.
Correct.
No, great trips in the Highland League. Great trips.
Great. Now, I'll give you a great grounding for what was to follow in the big league, George. For the moment, we'll leave it there. We'll park the bus in Fochabers. We'll move on. Thanks, George.
You're welcome. I shall just have a wee comfort break and I'll be back in a minute.
Quite right, George. See you shortly.
Mike, as we just touched on a few minutes ago, 1987, and you joined Cove, and while he's away, you can tell us, like was he as a coach? Was he an ease?
He wasn't bad. Sandy McNaughton took most of the coaching. George was more of a helper, but he was.
You put a codes out.
Yeah, more or less. He did. But he did his part as well. He was. Like he said, with a good dressing room, a good bunch of coaches, and they all mingled. And to be fair, it was a good bunch of guys.
And obviously, he touched on the guys that were there at that time, and it's almost like a who's who of Aberdeen-based players, and very successful to a certain degree. There was no league titles coming the way at that point, but a qualifying cup win, which is a fair achievement in any season at any time, especially back at that time when the calibre of clubs that are taking part.
I think for the committee as well, I mean, Alan McRae, he was the one that brought me up to Cove. When as I said, and he was couldn't do enough for me. They set me up in a flat and got me a job, and the whole, I think that being the new boys in the Highland League as well, every time they were so well, set up, and everything was got for you, and they could do enough for you, and to win the first trophy, it was a huge, day for the whole club. And I mean, the qualifying cup, sadly it's no longer, but it was a massive trophy to win. Plus the fact you got into the Scottish Cup, which is obviously the added bonus. So that was a memorable day and night.
And as you're saying, the intense and forward-thinking coaching that George gave you at that time was very much, helpful to achieving that trophy success.
That was definitely a big factor.
Yeah, great. George, you're just missing out on all the plaudits there. So 7 years at Cove, and then a slightly unusual move in certain quarters. You head up to Lossiemouth.
That was Ronnie Brown's fault. He was at Cove and then he went up to Lossie, and I was actually nearly signed for Keith because at the time it was Jim Hamilton was the manager. Was it Jim? They came in for me, but as I said, I personally thought I was leaving Cove, and I had been in the team, and to go to Keith, and who I thought, well, they had a very good team at the time. Am I get a game for this, boys? I thought, and Freezy, came on the phone and, just said, right, we're building a young team up here. Want you come up, a bit of experience, we're going places, blah blah. End the conversation. I said, right, I'll be up on Saturday. So, I always remember we turned up at the green trees. Wife dropped us off, and I'm sitting in the car, and I'm like, where's the bus? And because at Cove, we had actually Aberdeen's bus with all the best gear, and the bus came up, and this white transit van comes into the car park, and seen guys throwing bags in it, and next thing Roy comes out of the car, right, mate, let's go. And I'm going, where's the bus? This is it. And Pauline goes, I thought it was a supporters bus. Right? So we're in this white transit van. Never happened these days, obviously, health and safety and all that kind of stuff. 2 bench seats down the side and a card table in the middle. And that was us away to Lossiemouth, up to the cafe just outside Huntley for a breakfast. Pre-match in there, bacon roll, cup of coffee, up to the game. And basically, Ivor Pirrie was driving, and he hands me this, rota sheet. He says, right, you're driving next week. Now, the guy who drove the bus parked it, cleaned it, took the guys to training if they needed it, or if I train up in Lossie, you're driving it as well. So you'd basically, the 11 of you had a rota to work to. So, but the trips in that bus were, like Gerry said, that forms a team spirit. Because, win, lose or draw, Fraser always made sure you ended up in that social club, because it doesn't matter how bad you were, there's still people paying money to watch you, go and see the supporters, and that's, why I think the success that we took at Lossie was a great team spirit, and the fact with somebody up front who was a prolific goal scorer like Stuarty, who would score goals for fun, and we always had a chance. But it was 3 memorable seasons up there, in which we obviously won a fair share of stuff as well. And dare I say it, nearly won the league as well. In the Ross County League, where they won it, and obviously Huntley, when they started their 5 in a row, that was the start of it. But to win 3 North Cups in a row, I didn't realise we'd done that, because I phoned Alan McIntosh to get dates for this show, and he kept me right. And another legend of Lossie,
Yeah,
but
yes, indeed.
Crazy is he's a great guy, and still is. He's a missed the football. I still think he should be involved in some, but I mean, we always have a reunion, try and get together all the Lossie guys, and so hopefully after all this carry-on's finished, we'll get together again. So
yeah. You spoke about the trophy. I mean, Lossiemouth had been, annual basement boys, as it were, and suddenly there's a transformation, and they're right up there pushing for the title. Now, 94 you joined. They won the League Cup. I can't remember what year was it. The second season they won the League Cup.
Second season was there.
Because
The League Cup.
the first season they did get to the final. Did they not? Did they play Cove?
Second season we got beaten the final.
By Cove.
Yeah, Cove
Huntley.
beat it.
The only reason I remember is I was on the line that day. It was the first time the Highland League Cup had been won on penalties.
I didn't realise how much Lossie and Elgin love one another, you know. And until that cup final, because again we decided win, lose or draw, we're going back to the social club. The game was at Huntley, so we're on the bus up the road, up the A96, and as you're coming up through Mistodlick and the turn off to Lossie on the right hand side, and Freezy goes, "Driver, Elgin." I'm like, "Please, we're going to the social club, into Elgin, up to Burrabriggs, into Burrabriggs Social Club with the League Cup, just to say, look, we've won something. You boys might have think you're winners, but here's a cup for you." And Alan McIntosh takes it in and takes it back out and through the back road past the RAF into Lossie. So but that was another memorable day and night again.
But one really major achievement, and I have to say it really is a major achievement, and it's sometimes a poor relation of the trophies, but to win 3 successive North of Scotland Cup finals is quite an achievement, I can assure you.
Yeah, that was because at that time you had, you know, okay, you might have played Cala reserves, Rosscounty reserves, but to get to, you know, the final 3 in a row, and again we had Stuart to thank for that as well, because you know he scored a lot of important goals and mostly in cup finals, you know, and it was actually televised back then, if you remember. So I think the first cup final we played was easy to be motivated because we played Clash and they all turned up with white boots on and bleached blonde hair. Johnny Seaton, remember, he instigated this, "Oh, we're going on TV, we will look good." Now, one thing, if you wear white boots, you need to be a decent player. I think they were 3-0 down in the first half, you know, and I thought, you just basically, because Fraser came out to have you seen the neck of these guys? You know, like, but I think it was Fort William we played the second year. I can't remember who the third year was. Again, I'll have to get Mr. Starter McIntosh to Alan's, got all the dates, he's incredible.
Wonderful times, and of course extra special for Fraser Kellis because his father was obviously had legendary status at Lossie, and I think remains the only ex-Highland League player to have had a street named after him. Would that be right?
That's right, Kellis. Lost George.
Yeah.
Back.
Yeah. Wonderful days, as I was saying, Mike. But
again, it's for the saying about the Cove committee. I mean, the Lossie committee. I mean, Laura and Alan. You know, God, she's no longer here. But I mean, honest to God, they were like hard working. I mean, Charlie, the chairman. I'll never. That cup final, we went to the social club, and he hands me this little bit of paper, all crumpled up. I'm thinking, what the hell is this? Charlie, it's the first £100 note I've seen. He says, "That's the win bonus for you." You know, he said, "Put it behind the bar for the players." And I'm thinking, no, I don't think it was actually spent, but you know, the guy's a plumber, you know, working hard every day of the week, and he's, you know, giving us £100. And it's just, and that typifies the club itself. But really nice folk. Still go up there and play golf and go on holidays for the weekend. This is a great place.
Quite a character, Charlie White as well. Former boxer Charlie, I believe, I'm reliably informed, was employed in the summertime as a booth boxer. He would go round the local fairs and you'd pay £1 to try and put the booth boxer on his backside and win a fiver, I thought it was. I think wearing off in the shilling, the fiver made it from one venue to the next fairly frequently. He's quite a character indeed. Mike, really fascinating stuff once again. and you're about to embark on your management career, let's say, in the next stage. But Dave will speak to you about that in a wee while. But for now, thank you very much indeed.
No worries.
You're playing it cold, but you're also managing the under-21s. That's two different disciplines. How tricky was it to do both?
That was easy. I just hated training on a Monday. It was that simple, really. I think I signed in October. Played that first season, just playing, and then John Sharon came in and says, "Would you be interested in doing it?" I would often ask to play in the 21s or the 20s on a Monday. Whether I was played on a Saturday or on a bench or whatever. I enjoyed playing. I think George was mentioning earlier on about playing as much as you can. So it then kind of became, well, there's nobody really to do. I think Parky and Ray were there at the time, and they just said, "Look, would you be interested in doing it?" I thought, yeah, perfect. And like I say, got me out of training on a Monday, and it was good. I had my own ideas on how things should work. I mentioned earlier on that, if within the dressing room, I would always kind of be one of the guys that would be trying to, police the dressing room so it didn't accompany the management. So I think I had the respect to the players there. We were lucky enough with some right good young players there. And I enjoyed myself. I really enjoyed the Monday nights. And, you could tell them to go out and play without any pressure, because that's what I try to do with them. Just go out and enjoy your football. And, at youth level and perhaps you're going in the overcoaching method now, but back then, this is if you're a defender and you're in your own third and you feel you don't know what you're doing, if you clear a ball at your own third, I'm not going to criticise you for it. I'll criticise the boy beside you for not telling you you've got time. It says if you're in the middle third, be competitive and play a forward pass. And if you're in the final third, go and do something. Go and try something. Make good decisions. Do you know what I mean? Never, you can't criticise anybody for trying anything. And that's what I would try and get them to do in the young players, because there's nothing wrong with trying it at that level, because there's no expectation. You'd go to like Pittodrie and you'd see things, and you would see a midfield player trying to play like a slide rule pass through for a centre forward or a winger to get through, and the defender would cut it to you and it would go out for a throw. So if it was a Aberdeen at Pittodrie, the boys try to play a slide rule ball through, the defender's cut it to you, and Aberdeen's got a throw midway in the opposition half. Whereas the poor midfielder will lump the ball at the top, he'll chase it down, he will block the clearance for the fullback who's trying to clear out the park, and he's a hero. And you're thinking, well, how's that work out? Because the opposition's got a throw at the same point that Aberdeen would have a throw. I just didn't get that. I didn't get how that was. You needed to work hard, didn't I, get me wrong, but go out and try something, go out and do something, do something positive. So I really enjoyed that aspect of it, and it got me to training on a Monday. So everyone's a winner from as far as I'm concerned. And lucky enough that season, we got a bit of success from it. We won the under-21s league, and it was good because you gave something to. Once it got near the end, it gave them something to strive for and achieve. So, good.
It was a good experience, because not that long ago you found yourself manager at Allen Park.
Yeah, I think it was 30 now. And I think John he was looking to expand his business, if I recall correctly. He was moving up to Inverness to try and grow his business, so he couldn't commit the time to it. So I think it was under John's recommendation. He wanted to keep the continuity, and he suggested it was myself and Tyndall that took over the management job as co-managers. That age and stuff, I'm thinking, one season in management, I've won the 20s league, this is a piece of cake, man. No bother, give me it on, I'll do this. So I think John mentioned it before the game we were due to play, announced it after the game, and then we were unveiled the next day. So it was as simple as that. The one thing that the board were insistent on was they couldn't have two playing co-managers. So myself and Tyndall had a chat about it, and felt that with the, with the players that were at the club, like Jamie Watt was still there, Robbie Henderson, Martin Johnston, from a striking perspective, we could absorb it a lot easier than him stopping. So I stopped playing at that point. I still registered for emergencies, but I stopped playing and basically put the suit on, if you like, at that point. So at the time, you never make a bad decision at the time, but maybe I should have stuck it on and said, no for me, I'll stick with the playing for a little while, but you never know when an opportunity like that's going to come up again. So you grab it and you do it, and it was an interesting 18 months doing that role.
Mm. A fairly formidable duo, yourself and Kevin Tyndall. Did you play the good cop, bad cop role, and who was who?
It was, Tyndall's naturally, you see how he plays, he's an aggressive player, so, I would probably play the good cop a bit more, but you find your dynamic the way longer the season goes, because, the first season Kevin was playing, so, I took from, he named the team, Kevin would, in the dressing room, Kevin would name the team, and then he would sit down, and I would go through the rest of the stuff. And Kevin wouldn't really get involved again. He wouldn't, really address the players as in part of his management role until the game was done and dusted. And he wouldn't often do that either. So that's how the dynamic was in the first season. The second season, Kevin had stopped playing, so that dynamic changed a little bit. And I think that's where we lost our way a little bit in how we did things. I was used to doing what I was doing. Kevin, where I didn't want to relinquish any responsibility and pass any across, it was a change that we probably didn't adapt to quick enough. But ironically, the decision at Cove was we went on a really bad run, and we were called to the board meeting and what have you. But up until that point, we'd won, I think, 10 from 11 of the first games, the league games of the season, and had won the Aberdeenshire Cup, into October. I think we then lost 3 or 4 on the spin, or didn't win in that spell, and then we were a bit more bitty after that. So it's funny how there's just a stopping point, and things didn't go so well. And then you see the other side of management, and it kind of takes you back to the pressure days that we spoke about before. And are you doing it because you're enjoying it, or are you doing it because it's your job? And the enjoyment factor wasn't there so much anymore. I was doing things that I thought I should do rather than what I enjoyed doing. I thought that the best thing for me, to separate from being, one of the lads and one of the main protagonists and at the centre of nearly every dressing room caper and jape that went on, to being the manager, I separated myself too far. Looking back, I can see that now. I decided, right, I'm stupid little things like, I'm going to wear a suit, I'm not going to wear a tracksuit anymore, and I'm going to sit at the front of the bus, and I'm not going to really go up the back of the bus. And it was kind of, the person I became, wasn't the right, it didn't sit well with me now I look back on it, but you do what you think's right at the time, and on reflection, it wasn't, I ended up getting into things off the park that, get life decisions, which I won't go into, that were probably, the wrong thing for me at the time, and, big things going on there. So, it came to the point that the committee had said, look, we're not really sure this co-manager thing's working out anymore. We need something to change. And at that point, I'm thinking, well, Tyndall had the pure fire about him, and the pure passion for it. And I'm thinking, well, if they're saying, it needs to be one or the other, and it was, they dress up, they might dress up a little bit different, but the reality was, it was a case of, well, one of you goes or both of you goes. And I was like, well, you're still really, really want this. So I said, look, Tins, for me, I'll step away, and it was quite an emotional couple of days after that. But, the Tyndall could see what was doing, the senior players could see what was doing, we had talked to them. So the decision came to part ways. And I think what I learned from that was, I don't want to be a manager. I can't be done with the hassles of the, going to board meetings and, explaining yourself to the board the signing and the, you know, I mean, Mikey will tell you when he came to come and sign me for Huntley, he goes, "Won't you come Huntley? Brilliant, where'd I sign?" I'm like, "Yeah, here." So what do you get? Oh, you get, you know, £15 a week and £30 a month. I never that. Whereas you're going to sign boys then, you say, "Well, can you get my job? What am I getting? What can I get to sign for you?" I'm thinking, I really can't be doing with things like that. And I kind of realised at that point, it's not a route I want to go down again, to be the main man. And I think my personality is better suited to the number two and the link between the players and the manager, similar to what I did when I was playing. To kind of, I run the dressing room, but, you know, take that step away, but be the link between the two.
Okay, your time at Allen Park came to an end in 2011, but within a short spell, you found yourself back on the pitch as a player. And if I remember rightly, maybe you correct me, Gerry, but I think I maybe played a small part in that. But I think Butler McLeod, your phone number, I think.
You played the full part in it. You know, I think you'd phoned if, you know, just to talk about it afterwards. And, you know, what are you going to do now, Gerry? I says, I don't know. I'm like a 31 or 32-year-old. I can't remember how old I was. I says, maybe I should get back playing. And he says, oh, I should go. You know, Donnelly's looking for some experience up at Strathspey. You know, they're new in the league and what have you. And I'm like, I'd pass on my number. So sure enough, he phones me, and I went up and played there for 6 months. And it was fine to get back playing, you know, and get away from the pressures of it. There was a lot of personal stuff going on. It was fine to get away from that stuff going on in the main house at the time. But, you know, it's a different experience up there. And, you know, you see you on chat sites, oh, he's only there for getting weighed in. He was getting hundreds of pounds a week to go and play for them. Like, I don't like kind of 50 quid after the game, and I'm just kind of like, whatever, no problem. I want to come up and play. But the thing that you notice, you know, from playing for, you know, I went and won all these titles, 4 titles in 5 seasons, and then you come to Strathspey, and the thing I remember most about my time at Strathspey was, you know, I didn't go up and play any midweek games for him just because of the distance involved and what have you. And I didn't drive at the time, so an old man would take me. But you know, even then it was just a bit much. But he says, look, we're playing Fort William. You come up and play on the Wednesday night. He was like, I absolutely, no problem. And I went up and played there on the Wednesday night, and it was, what a intensity of the game. You know, it's as, you know, from being, you know, it's like the Huntley Vale games when we're both challenging for the league with the Locos, and, you know, the Keith and the Bucky games and things like that. The intensity in Fort William v Strathspey on a Wednesday night, playing for 17th and 18th place, was unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
Unbelievable. And we were 3-2 down, and 90th minute of the game, the ball's dropped to me edge of the box, and I've hit this thing, and I think I've hit many sweet, and I didn't score many from outside the box, and it's sailed into the top corner, and I'm away, and I think the Hale of Granton probably jumped on top of me that day once I'd scored that goal. The mags for the committee was over the barrier, the stewards and all that were piling on, and you could see what it meant to Strathspey. You know, I think they've maybe been, you know, really struggling for the first little while, and that, you know, it's all progress is small steps, and a successful season for Strathspey season would be finishing 17th instead of 18th. A successful season for Cove is finishing first, not second. So it's all about the expectations at the club. So you know, that was something that stuck with me. And, you know, the will to win at any end of the league is there if you really look for it.
I suppose the redoubtable treasurer Mags Clark was somewhere in that pile on top of you, Gerry.
He was pretty close, if I remember rightly.
It's a lovely club, and George, we'll bring George in here as well. One of the first times we did meet George was at a dinner for Strathspey Thistle. You supported that club. You had a holiday home up in Grantown, and you supported them well. You were a keen advocate of Strathspey Thistle there.
Yeah, no, we had, as you rightly say, Dave, we bought a second home up there, just an escape from Aberdeen at weekends after I'd sold the oil and gas company a few years back, and I got involved not as any formal, but as a supporter of the local team to try and help them find their feet in the Highland League. And, you know, they're a very enthusiastic committee. They are none more so than Strathspey Mags, who Gerry might know. the chief fundraiser and chief everything, I think.
Yes.
And there was one evening we'd been asked if we could come up from Pittodrie. It was Craig Brown, Frank McDougall, and myself, and speak at a fundraiser at the Cromdale Hall. And they'd said to Craig, "Now, if you can speak for about 20 minutes, well, that in itself would be a record."
Yeah.
If you could stop Craig speaking for 20 minutes. Anyway, he's going on, and during his talk, he's referring to Strathspey United and Strathspey United this and Strathspey United that. And he came back and sat down. And Strathspey Mags came up to him and said, "Craig, what did I tell you? If you'd taken last night, you see the tattoo on my back, it says Strathspey Thistle."
That's not a word of it. I was there, right, George, and I remember that conversation. Craig was told that, yeah.
It's a great wee town, Strathspey. It's a real Victorian village, and unfortunately, you know, when I took the Aberdeen job, that was my weekend snooker, so I couldn't even get up to Granton at weekends, and we finished up selling a house, and I think my wife's forgiven me yet, you know.
Thanks for that, George. And thanks for that, Gerry. Martin will take you on the rest of your Highland League journey very, very shortly. But for the moment, thanks for those reminiscences, Gerry.
Just you know, touching on the Strathspey thing, and I was taking a note that you know, Margs, there's a power of work. Like yourself, Dave, I've done quite a few dinners for Strathspey Thistle over the years, and I've got quite a close affinity, because in my days as a referee, I never liked the pre-season scenario, so I used to take myself up to Strathspey in the Barnack and Strathspey Welfare League, where nobody knew who I was. I didn't know who the players were, and refereed up in that league. And there were 2 or 3 Granton teams, and Cromdale had an amateur team at that time. Nethy Bridge, a lot of good players. Leo Bryan played for Nethy Bridge, Colin McLean for the Granton teams, and a certain Donnelly MacLeod. And my God, did he play with passion? Absolutely took no prisoners. But it was a fantastic community, like you say, George, and fantastic people, and right behind their team. They had a wee bit of a problem with maybe some of the local residents for a start when they got their ground, but they've got a fantastic facility there now, and hopefully they can start to build up the points once this COVID thing's passed, and they can start to build a team of you know, and get amongst the challenging for cups and such like.
Well, my advice to them when they first started in that was, guys, it'll take time for you to get your success on the park, but off the park, you get the good hospitality, be friends with people coming up, and you will embrace, you know, you'll be embraced in the Highland League. And don't worry about the football, because that'll come, because there's no money, you know.
Yep. No.
Gerry used it all.
George, who obviously had a life away from football, a very successful career, and organising, you had your own business and organising large companies, etc. But at the same time, there's a lot of things going on in the background, apart from your coaching. I'm just going to read out some of the things here. You were president of the Aberdeen Juvenile Association, which Dave touched on earlier on. You were a trustee of the University of Aberdeen Development Trust, chairman of the Russell Anderson Foundation, president of the Chamber of Commerce in Aberdeen. You got an honorary doctorate at the University of Aberdeen 2016, and an honorary professor at the University of Aberdeen. So do we call you Dr. Yule or Professor Yule?
No, my name's still George.
Feet firmly planted in the ground. But George, you've achieved such a lot away from football as well, and obviously you're very well respected, and you've obviously got the acumen for you know, organising you know, things like the Russell Anderson Foundation, etc. You get things done. Would that be a fair statement?
Well, I think, yeah, I think it's fair to say that the people I work with get things done. They just, as I said earlier, somebody needs to take a first step and, you know, maybe provide the leadership, if that's the right word. But I was listening to Gerry there about his woes latterly, you know, when he was managing. And, you know, there's so many synergies between sport and business. And one of the big things is the management of people. People are unpredictable. You can never be sure what people are going to do. And that, for me, is the hardest part of any business. And I count myself pretty fortunate that on one hand, I've worked with a lot of good people over the years. You know, on the other hand, I will speak to anybody, whether it's a janitor or the managing director. I enjoy working with people and integrating with people. And people didn't work for me, they work with me. And I think that style of management brings out a lot of the good in people. And none more so than, you know, when I joined the Aberdeen Football Club, you know.
George, I'll take you back for a second to a not so good time in history, back to November 1986, in the Chinook helicopter tragedy. I know that you carried out a significant role in the aftermath of that tragedy. Can you speak to us a wee bit about that?
Yeah. I just stepped into my first managerial role. So as a young lad, I was cutting my managerial teeth and managing people with all the hassles that brings. And I'll never forget that day in November. We got a call to say that I was offshore manager based onshore at the time, and responsible for people going offshore, and received a call from the police to say, look, a helicopter had ditched on its way back from the Brentfield. You know, we understand that some of your employees were on a helicopter. And if I fast forward, that afternoon was a blur. We must have had hundreds and hundreds of phone calls from concerned relatives about, was my husband, father, son, brother, cousin, fancy money on that helicopter? And we could not confirm anything until either survivors had been found or people had been pronounced dead and confirmed dead. And it was a horrible afternoon because people thought we were holding back from them. But the law of the land there with the police and that is, the police take a lead and you've got to ensure that you didn't get ahead of them in terms of information release, which is kind of difficult, not only when you've got relatives phoning in, but when you've got the media coming in and saying, what's happened, what can you tell us? Well, we can't tell you anything because we couldn't do that until things had been confirmed. So the upshot of that was that a dozen of our employees were killed tragically in that Chinook disaster. It was awful. Within 48 hours, I was going round the bereaved families, or the families whose relatives were still missing. And bear in mind, this was my first managerial job, and you didn't get a book. It tells you how to deal with this, you know. You have to really deal with your instincts. And, you know, I was up and down the length of the country, from Portnocky up north, down to Wakefield in the south, visiting people who had never met before, families and that. Sad cases in some cases. And then once things moved on with that, you then had 12 funerals to attend as a company man as well. And, you know, I kind of did all of that and just acted in the manner in which I think was humanly compassionate, which is very difficult when you get an 11-year-old girl in Wakefield looking up at you and saying, Mr. Yule, do you think my daddy would have suffered when the helicopter went down? Now, I had no idea, but you needed to sort of say what they were wanting to hear, and that was, no, it happened just like that. And we'd never know, right? No pain, nothing. So, got through all of that, and coming out the other end of that, I thought, you know what, before the weekend before that Chinook crash happened, I was getting stressed at the fact that our centre half might not be fit for a cup final. And what that episode did, and has stayed with me and the companies I've been with and the organisations thereafter, it gave me a great perspective on the difference between urgent and important, you know. And I think it certainly benefited me as an individual, unfortunately, going through that experience and getting that lesson, but also taking it in, whether it's football, and you know, I'm very competitive, but whether it's football, whether it's business, you know, there's a bigger picture out there. And that's definitely not been more the case than in this COVID pandemic, when I'm hearing all sorts of things. This is awful, it's like World War II and stuff like that, blah, blah, blah. I'm thinking, and should we bring football back? And it's criminal that we can't get football back earlier on. I'm saying, guys, there's a bigger picture here. There is now almost 1 million people across the world who've lost their lives. There's 23 million confirmed cases, and we're worried about a game of football. Come on. So, yeah, I'm a great believer, Martin, that you've got to find a positive in every negative situation and take that forward. And for me, at that Chinook tragedy, that was the positive I took. Never forget it.
Well, George, certainly I don't think there's anybody in the room that would have wanted to swap places with you. But we do thank you for sharing that with us. And it's very interesting to get an insight as to, you know, the things that you had to cope with at such a difficult time. Fall short of what the families obviously had to cope with. But nevertheless, as you say, it's something that will never leave you. On a more positive note, George, you were chairman of the Aberdeen Sports Village. What a magnificent facility. You must be really
no, it's
proud
great.
of being involved.
It's great. They actually asked a former school friend of mine who's a resident in Hong Kong if he would be chairman initially before they built it. And he was over visiting me and he says, this is nuts. Why are they asking me? He says, I live in Hong Kong. So he volunteered me for the job. And it was probably about a week after we just sold the company. And I was staying on with the company, so I had plenty to do. I wasn't at a loose end. But anyway, I took it on. And I mean, it's hard to imagine Aberdeen now without the sports village. You know, it's a fantastic facility.
I mean, the referees in Aberdeen used to train at Chris Anderson Stadium as I knew it. My abiding memory there is, and I've got to say, thanks to the late Mel Edwards, because if he hadn't been the coach, I probably would have stopped refereeing 4 years before I did. His training techniques were absolutely unbelievable. I was not one of these, at my age at that time, I was not one of these guys that could hear news to the guys about their game on Saturday when I was schooling. I had to concentrate on my breathing, but he probably got another 4 years out of me, so I'll be eternally grateful to him. But my lasting memory of the old Chris Anderson Stadium was we'd finished training, showered and jumped the car, ready to go. But there's a queue in the car park, which I suppose the car park would be where the pitch is now. There's a car right at the front, and it's not moving. And there's a car in front of me, and I was like, what's going on here? The car right at the front's not moving. So, to hell with this, I'm out. Now, I want to say who he was, but his brother was a referee, and his father was a very well-known referee in Aberdeen, and sell photocopiers, so you can work out. It says, Gina, oh, did I slip? Sorry. I says to him, what are you doing? And he's going, I said, what's, and he looks up, and in one of the flats looking over Linksfield, there's a lassie in her bra and pants doing the ironing. With the light on and totally oblivious to the fact that the whole world could see her. So we just had to obviously sit until he moved before we could go home. But no, it's a fantastic legacy for the city of Aberdeen. And I know it's attracted, am I right in saying there was one of the national teams for the European Championships, was it?
No, it's bigger than that. It's actually an Olympic village. There was an Olympic team when Olympics were in London.
That's right. Yeah. Yeah,
There was an Olympic team trained in Aberdeen, but
That's
they
right.
thought Aberdeen was quite close to London.
That's right, because I think half the girls are still somewhere in Aberdeenshire. Is that not right? The football team, half the football team went missing.
Yeah, there was some of them went missing. So it's it's an Olympic standard facility. It's been used for Olympics training. It's also been used for the Commonwealth Games by Scotland and some international teams as well.
And
of course, it's got a 50-metre pool. You know, fantastic.
Is that tie-in with Scottish rugby as well?
And no, unfortunately, we were going to create a training pitch down beside the golf links. Based on what Gerry was saying, we should maybe do that and get rid of that greens. I passed the links the other day. They're already on winter greens, which I get, you know. But no, it hasn't come to pass yet with the Scottish rugby. They then moved up to the University of Aberdeen, to King's College, and set up the Caledonia Academy there for under 21.
Okay. But truly a magnificent facility, and I would stress that if anybody watching has never been, then once all this COVID thing is passed and there's a bit more freedom, go in and have a look. I mean, my wife's not a sporty person. She's a football widow, you could say. But I've signed a lot of players at Sports Village over the years. And I took her in one night just to let her see it, and she was totally blown away. Just fantastic.
Yeah, no, it's a great asset for the area.
Absolutely. George, the George Yule that we all know and love, we know you're a pretty grounded individual. Like you say, you'll speak to the chairman, you'll speak to the Johnny, and you didn't like to blow your own horn. But I've got to touch on the fact that you are voted Grampian Industrialist of the Year 2009. You must be pretty proud of that.
Yeah, I was, and even more so, because how it works there is you get told about a month before that you've won, but you've got to keep it quiet. But you are allocated seats at the venue, and I was able to take, without them knowing, my immediate family and my late father there, and some very close friends, and none of them knew. And to have that unveiled in the evening, it was pretty special.
Absolutely. Wonderful achievement. Now, suddenly, you become a director at Ross County. How on earth does that come about?
I bumped into Roy McGregor in Dubai. We went out for supper. He asked me, and I says, okay.
Simple as that.
Yeah, because I'd not long bought the house in Granton, and I thought I'd be spending more time going up to Granton than actually worked out. So I said to Roy, I thought it was too early because I was still involved in another business as well. I don't know, maybe he'd spiked my drinks in Dubai, I don't know, but we did that, and I was only there one season. That was the season they got in the cup final. But I couldn't commit the time it was needed to do a proper job there. And so I stayed for a season when Derek Adams and George Adams were there. Real good football folk, them two. George has obviously had a spell in the Highland League as well.
Yep.
And a bit like Bobby Watson, George is full of flippings.
Yes, of course. Yes, indeed. But Roy McGregor is very grounded as well. He's no shy to stand in the car park and have a news with you when you know full well he hasn't got a clue who you are, but he's very polite and courteous and will give you time of day, and that tells you a lot about Ross County and Dingwall as a whole.
Yeah, Ross County. Roy describes Ross County as a community club, and he's right. They punched above their weight for a number of years in the Premiership, but I think Roy felt the club was getting too far ahead of itself. The expectations were becoming a bit unrealistic, and providing they stay up in the Premiership, they do a lot of good in that area.
George, I'm going to finish up now with asking you about you were a co-founder of the Dennis Law Legacy Trust. Tell the viewers what exactly is that?
Well, it was five of us got together in the Dutch Mill one night in Aberdeen, and we felt that initially that Dennis should have been made a freeman of the city, and we didn't want it to be, what do you call it, retrospectively after Dennis had passed away. We wanted him to enjoy the freedom of the city, and we had real difficulty getting the council to move on that, you know. So we decided to take a law in our own hands, no pun intended, the law. And so 5 of us, we all chipped in a bunch of money, and we arranged to get a couple of statues made. And full-size statues, a sculptor in bronze. And we got a spare one just in case somebody stole it. And says, right, we'd like to get this statue downtown somewhere. But again, through the council, the politics, the bureaucracy, that was never going to happen quickly. So at the time, I was still chairman of the sports village. So I'll tell you what, let's stick it in the sports village with other people coming in there and set up a wee Dennis Law corner. And we did that because Dennis also had opened the sports village in 2009, formally opened it. So we did that, and we got in touch with some of the Man United guys and Dennis's great friend Mike Summerby, and we got all of them up, and we unveiled the statue at the sports village. But what nobody, and here's another exclusive for you, Martin and Dave, what nobody realizes is that the real statue is in storage, hidden until we get a place downtown. And what's at the sports village is a replica statue, albeit an expensive one, is a replica statue there.
Well, come on, Aberdeen Council, get your finger out, screw the nut, and get this organised, because it's a shocking blot on the council that they can't get this through. And I can guarantee he's got no slavery background whatsoever. You can stick up a statue anywhere in Aberdeen. It's, you know, it's a token. It's a token gesture, because the man put Aberdeen on the map, despite the fact he never played for his home team. He certainly made, you know, lots of people in Turin knew about Aberdeen long before you know, the people were coming across for package holidays, whatever. So, you know, get it done.
I'll tell you, Martin, I'm going to do something unusual. I'm going to defend the council now, because they managed to get my freedom of the city, and that was a fabulous weekend a couple of years ago. Yes, I agree they should get a statue downtown, but at least we can console ourselves. We've got a statue there in the sports village.
Yeah. I hear what you're saying, George, but we're not going to settle for second best. We're wanting a statue up and up. So come on. George, fascinating stuff. And again, I'm going to let you have a wee break, and I'm going to pass back to my colleague Dave Edwards.
Okay.
When it's subject to statues, I'm looking forward to the unveiling in the square in Foxford of the Gerry O'Driscoll statue of him standing stark bollock naked at the bar of the Grand Arms.
Obviously taken on a cold day.
Mike Cormac, Mike, you become manager or player manager at Turriff United while they were still in the juniors.
But back to Billy Anderson, he took him down for Lossy to Turriff. He was the manager there, and 2 weeks later he was away to Bucky as Alan Scott's assistant. So I'm left, and Billy Sim asked me would I be the manager, and I said yeah. And you know, we had another decent bunch of guys, but it was just, you know, totally different from what I was used to, because at the end of the Highland League, I'm not saying the juniors won the professional, but I'm used to getting everything done. All of a sudden, I'm the guy that's got to go and get this done and do this and phone this guy. And, you know, to be fair, there's a good hard work committee, it's tough, but you know, the Hawks, and one of the best pitches, which I really liked. You know, but as I said, when the results started going the other way and we were getting beat, the committee's obviously having a pot as they do. I mean, rightly so, they're doing it for nothing, and they can have a pop with their team. But as I said, you know, player manager was a tough thing to do. So you think when Gerald agreed you're going to be a manager off the park, you can't be a manager on the park. So I found it a bit tough. And I think this day, and maybe people say, well, why would you never be a manager, Mike? So maybe that soured me a wee bit. But, you know, I still enjoy playing as well, so I didn't want to lose that. And then I actually signed Dave McGinley. And Dave's, you know, going to be a manager, but he's always, you know, always says he's older than the head than he is. You could see he was going to be, you know, a coach. And I mean, Dave came in and I said, right, look, I'm going to step down here. I said, do you want to take it on? And he says, he did. And basically did a little swap role, and I became a player and he took the manager on. So as I said, and you know, it's not an excuse as well, because the circumstances outside football at that time weren't the best. We just lost my father-in-law, so there was a lot of things going on behind the scenes. And so I just thought, well, I don't need this hassle, so I'll go back to playing. And that's basically, you know, and thankfully I did, because leading on after that, Mr. Cormac came in from it, you know, and took me for Martin. So, and that was my first, you know, experience of Big Red, as they call them. And Davy, you know, the rest history. You know, we've been together a long time, but as I said, leaving Turriff and going down to North Lodge into a young team of, you know, up and coming for Martin Stars and Highland League players after it. You know, here's this fossil, you know, this guy's finished. Always remember Ross Mackay said to, you know, Davy, what are you saying this old boy for? You know, he's finished. So, and Dave says, well, I'll prove he's not finished. So to be fair, Davy, you know, a month before pre-season even started, he's on the phone to me, like, what are you doing tonight? I said, don't know. So like, not meet you in North Lodge. Robbie Cheen, myself, Martin, Greg, all three of us, you know, we're all a bit heavy. Next thing, you know, a month under Dave Cormie's training before pre-season started, we were ready for pre-season, and then basically, you know, joined the Martin players. And as I said, they were a great bunch of guys as well. You know, a lot of good players there. You know, William Mackay's, again, Mark Grays, Reg, Simon Scott, you know, Gorski, you know, as I said, one of the things that Martin did, they produced a lot of good players, and as I said, it was enjoyable there, you know, more so because I'd left Turriff again. We were struggling against, you know, the bottom of the league, but all of a sudden you got for Martin, you're up there winning things, and you know, one of the things that I put in my list of things that memorable occasions with Martin was the Scottish Cup runs. I think they're the only team up here to get to the quarterfinals of the Scottish Cup. Now, that, in back in those days, was a great achievement. And Davy may still speak about it. You know, we beat, I think Peter Sell went down, who's the team that, God, I can't remember now. Then went on and won it. But he took, I can't remember, he took myself off and Reg off, I think, and then they went on and scored. And as I said, if we just held in the draw, I'm sure we could have beaten back at North Lodge, you know, to go in and, you know, go to the semi-final. But as I said, it was a great occasion for the club to get, because you play about 16 games to get there. So, you know, qualifying, get through, and then, as I said, and we actually had to go to Maybole 3 times because of the weather, you know, and Maybole's not a short journey, you know, down and back up, and for the game to be called off, when we get to here, I know it was a fair trek, so it was a lot of memorable times that, you know, and, you know, again, my first account of Mr. Kadja, you know, because Athol was, you know, obviously prominent in that, you know, driving force with Davy and all the players.
Okay, Mike, they were both junior clubs at that time, Turriff United and Formartine United, but since they've both become, well, top-class Highland League clubs. Did you ever envisage that? Did they have the wherewithal at that time, did you think, to maybe one day progress to the Highland League?
Not so much for Martin at the time, because I mean, I always thought for Martin being it's a really good, football club, but it wasn't really a town. It was Turriff was a sort of proper place. It was Turriff United have been on the go, and you could see what like Ellis and Eddie and all these guys were trying to do at Turriff, and it was all, again, back to hard work committees. You'll never meet a bunch of guys up there. It's all their own time and effort to put things in. And to be fair, I mean, we Ellis would spend days and days cutting that pitch and making sure it was like prim and proper. So I could see it, but financially, because I knew the money that Cove were spending, when it was a loss amount, they didn't have the money, but they had a good bunch of players off the park. The whole thing, unless you've got somebody who's got a fund, and in those days you didn't really have corporate, you relied on the crowd. Let's face it, it's all changed nowadays. You have to have corporate to basically, and obviously a fan base, but when Martin, you've been for Martin with us, with the corporate, even the 100 folk that get in is important to the club. So, but in the junior days, there were two well-run clubs. So,
in 2003, Mike, you find yourself at Christie Park, Huntley, the first year of 5 very happy years along with Billy Anderson, I take it, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's right. When Billy's daughter was manager of the garden centre at Huntley, and I was working for a company called Aragon Windows, and we were doing a lot of work for Murray Council. So I was up and down A86 and used to stop in the garden centre and in for a coffee. And here's Billy, packing the shelves. And I said, "What are you doing?" He said, "I'm working." And Gordon Green, who'd Huntley Motors, used to go there and get our cars. And went in one day and he says, "Oh, what are you doing this weekend?" I said, "Oh, not a lot." He says, "Oh, where are you playing?" He says, "Oh, honestly, I can't remember." He says, "Well, do you fancy coming to Huntley?" It's the manager. And I'm like, "You've got a manager?" Which they had at the time. He said, "Oh, no." He says, "They've just resigned." I thought, so I just basically come from Huntley Motors into the garden centre. I met Billy and I said, "Look, fancy going to Huntley?" And he goes, "But they've got a manager, so they've just resigned." So next thing, we're out of there, back round to the Huntley Motors, and Ken Anderson was the manager, the chairman at the time. He comes round, and that was it. We're on board, and I always remember Kenny's face, and Billy says, "Well, what's the budget? What kind of money have you got? Because you've only got 3 players that we think of." And as I said, he says, "Well, we're playing Fort William on Saturday. Come up and have a look." So we went up to Fort William, and we've got to assess this squad who literally nobody wanted to stay. I mean, apart from Martin Stewart, Russell Guild, I think Gary McGowan, Farmer, who?
Greener.
Oh, Gordon, yeah, Graham Green. 5 guys were left with, and the rest of them were at contract, and they were gone, So I thought, don't want to stay, don't really, you can go, but basically that was it, starting from there. And Billy, as I said, Gerry's right, back down, it was stopped again at Fochabers, and he's it with the bricks of who do we need to sign? And so we need a shitload of players, so get working. So basically, and to be fair for Martin, I went back and took half a dozen players up from there, and a few of them had been Huntley before, and they come on and did really well for us. It was, as Gerry says, what Billy had in that little black book. No mobile phones those days. It was basically your name. He met you out on a Saturday night. He took your number, and that was it. You're in there. But
You put together a very, very successful squad there, the both of you, though, didn't you?
We did, but as I said, I always think players sign players, because when a player hears, they're doing well at a club and they're enjoying it. I mean, you go home or you're getting a Saturday night and you're talking to somebody else who's playing for somebody else. I want to come to Huntley. That was the case. We had guys eventually, finding a path and they were coming up to join us and they were asking. But, Gerry goes on about the pre-season training, and after all this of famous runs I had, 5 in a row, and all the money that Forbes, to be fair, put into that with his dinners, and the Huntley were well, paid outfit at the time. But obviously, over the years, it started to deteriorate, and just circumstances. But when we took it on, when honestly had no money, and we were getting guys and saying, look, come with this, try it. Once we get success, you'll all get a fair share. And that's basically what I said. It was like, it wasn't a case of one, boys getting 10 grand a season, this guy's got £100, this guy's getting nothing. They all got more or less nothing. I mean, and I always remember Kenny Anderson's face when we started winning the games the second season, and then the win bonuses are going up and up and up and up, and we're thinking, I hope they got money to pay this win bonus, because we're sitting all these players like, you get success. Scottish Cup's a big thing. You have to get through the rounds, and to be fair, with a few good Scottish Cup runs, so that was good money into the club. And really, the players were earning their own wages by actually winning those Scottish Cup games. So, and to be fair, winning games, and you know yourself, if you're winning, the crowds will come and support you. And on and off the park, as I said, with the corporate side as well, because it started getting busier, and all of a sudden the buzz is getting back to Huntley. And it, as I said, the second year, winning the league, and I think it was more, it was achievable, I thought, the first year, because I always think when you set something up, you're always going to win the league. That's your aim. We didn't think that, there's no point in being a coach or a manager. But we just didn't have enough quality to make it. But the second year, as Gerry said, we brought in Scott, Levi, Richie Taylor, goal scorer, I mean, as I said, and he, with the defence, because one thing Bill always said, if you don't lose goals, you always get a guy like Gerry who will sniff a goal out for you, or Richie Taylor, or you've got Martin Stewart come off the bench to nick a goal. And I know Martin's going on this show, and I've listened to him about Huntley, and unbelievable player, and how that guy never played at a higher level. If he'd been born down the central belt, he would be a world beater, because there'll be teams crying out for him. But because he's up north, he's in this bubble, didn't fancy it. But for Highland League football, but to have him as a sort of sub coming off the bench was great for us. But he also said in here that one of the medals he won was the most cherished one, because that was the one he thought, well, I'll never win another medal with this team, until he's finished. And on his testimonial there as well, because I always remember, Charles, he was in the toilet last to get, and I'm coming out with him, and he opens the toilet window. He goes, holy shit, they're still queuing down the castle, to get in. And that's what the guy deserved. I mean, for all the goals he scored, he was a great, asset to Huntley. And why, obviously didn't fancy the manager role, but he should have gone on as being another Huntley manager, But no, that was a great achievement. And one of the disappointing things I'm going to say is, and it's great this show I can actually say it, because when they had, you've been on many in Dave, Highland League, Manager of the Year awards or Player of the Year awards. Always remember when we won the league, and you have I think the managers voted at the time, and it was committee, and the players obviously vote for the Player of the Year. I went on holiday, and I'm in the airport in Edinburgh the Friday night, and I phoned Billy, and he goes, I said, all the best tonight. I said, but I'll tell you this, you deserve to win this Manager of the Year award, but I can't see you getting it. I said, because one thing with Billy is, he said it as it is, and he said a lot of things to a lot of managers, to a lot of faces, and they didn't like it. So he wasn't, I don't think he got the respect that he deserved for what he did for that achievement, because it was, you know, for somebody to take a club who were basically struggling with nothing to go and win the Highland League 2 years later, and hopefully, you know, they put him in a pathway of better things, but need to get recognised by his fellow managers, it was a bit disappointing. And I think we all agreed at the time, Gerry, that was pretty sad stuff. So, he probably takes a pinch of salt. He says, "Oh, just got on with it." And I think Charlie Duncan won it that night. And to be fair, he was embarrassed picking it up, you know, because he did say, "Look, I don't deserve this." So, you know, and as it turns out, he was the team we beat to win the Highland League. So he was you know, fair play to Charlie, who's another, you know, great manager.
On that note, Mike, we'll leave it there for the moment. Thanks for that.
Gerry, 2011, and you get the call for, I don't know if it was Mr. Cormac or whatever, but you end up at Turf United.
Yeah, I didn't really know what I was going to do in the end when I finished at Strathspey. I was training with Keith, but then I thought I might have got something there. But then Mikey and Hunter came on the phone, you know, we'd like you at Turf. I was like, well, there's a deal on the table there. You know, I want to keep playing. They're an ambitious club. I know Mikey, I've worked with Mikey, you know, before. We've got a good relationship there. You know, I know Hunter to a degree as well. I'm thinking, yeah, I'll go and I'll give it a go. Do you know what I mean? Nothing to lose. And I was laughing earlier on when Mikey said something about a time for somebody at Turf and the Upton left within 2 weeks. Well, Mikey and Hunter did exactly the same thing once I signed at Turf. Signed me, we'll look after you, Jay. You know, if it's not working out, we'll do this, we'll do that. And then the pair of them Upton left for the Brock within 4 weeks. So, I went there and hey, it was great. Like Mikey said, they're a great club. You know, they set up there. You know, they're built for success there. You know, and these clubs, they're all community clubs. You know, and you can see that with the people that are going and the boards are in the park. You know, it's great to see. You know, did away all right there. I think I started off on the bench. Simi became the manager along with Baxter, Jamesy Duffy. So I started off on the bench, and lad Michael Taylor for Cove was in the team. He was on loan for Cove, and he couldn't play against Cove, so I got a start against Cove, and 2-2 draw. I think they were flat in the winning league, but they were certainly one of the favourites for it. 2-2 draw, and I got a double. Now I'm not really one for, you know, can I get it right up you sort of things. Name my style. Just, you know, what's in the past is in the past, but. That was a nice one. Do you know what I mean? That was a nice one. A late equaliser. You know, just it's, you know, it was kind of like closure to a degree. And after that, I went on and I did well for Turf. I think I top scored for them that season, 16, 18 goals.
Was that the season they played Hibs, Morton in the cup? No.
No. I think no real games of significance, but I don't think they qualified for the Scottish. You know, no, nothing along those lines. It's a good season, you know. Davy McKenzie was in the midfield. Mark Cowie was in the midfield. You know, Mikey then went and took Mark Cowie, who was our most creative player, and took him to the Broch. At that point, the season kind of petered out a little bit. Teams figured out, you know, 33-year-old playing up top, I'm never running in behind, so they kept the high line. They didn't have somebody like Mark Cowie to thread a ball through to the pacey wingers, so you know we were a little bit more easy to play against. But I enjoyed my time there. I got a good few goals in and what have you. But for me, you know, through a theme you'll see through this, the social side wasn't there for me. Do you know what I mean? There was it was the minibus going up. It wasn't like the infamous Lossy Boogie bus. Do you know what I mean? There was very little, you know, in the way of night suit. The squad were younger. You know, there was, you know, Davy didn't.
And do you think maybe that was the trend was beginning to change slightly in that respect?
Yeah, Highland League, for my opinion, Highland League, as it was, died around about the time I was at Cove when the money came in. Because I think I mentioned earlier on, how much money am I going to get for this? What are you going to give me in order to sign? And that's just when it's all wrong. Before you would hear boys coming back with a a 6-pack of lager on the bus on the way back. Now they're coming back with a protein shake, you know, and you're thinking, fair play to you lads, you know what I mean? You know, you want to look for $1 million for the birds in the tune, but whatever you want to do, you sort yourselves out. But we were, you know, beers on the bus on the way back and the social side of things. So, you know, my most enjoyable times were at Huntley and at Keith, because you were on a bus every week. You know what I mean? And you were, every Saturday was an away game of sorts. I'd hoped it was going to be the same at Turf. It didn't work out that way. So, you know, despite it being a really enjoyable season on the field, off the field, you know, it was just, yeah, I'm not really enjoying it. And you know, it gets back to that thing. If you're not enjoying it, why do it? You know, there's plenty of things I could be doing with my time that I would be enjoying. So I'll look to go and move on. The funny thing was that when Mikey and Hunter signed me, I said, look, just sign, you know what I mean, sign for a year, you know, we'll just see how it goes. We'll rip up the contract, you know what I mean, if things aren't working out for you. So midway through the season, Baxter and Simi are taking the boys in for re-signing deals. And then I pull them all in one for one, in for training, and, you know, this is what we'll give you, this is what we'll give you. And I'm, you know, capering, and it says, well, I said, how'd you go on? He says, they must be leaving me for last. You know, top scorer, best player in this club by a country mile, kind of winding up by the youngins. I said, they must, for everything left, they've just got to give me to sign again next season. So then Baxter and Simi trot on out. And I was like, if it's happening, do you need to wait for Eddie to come to authorise my new deal for next season? Does he need to see how many motors he's sold? I'm like, what are you speaking about, Gerry? He says, no, I says, look, hey, if you're now, you know, I'm maybe assuming things a little bit here. He says, no, I says, you're on a 2-year deal. Hunter and Mikey signed you on a 2-year deal, a £5 a week and a £5 a training session. And they told you train once a week. So,
Hey, Mark.
Michael?
It's not Mikey.
So it would be fair to say the decision to go back up to Kynach Park was a fairly easy one to make.
Aye, yeah. Stilly, you know, Stilly was looking for an assistant. It was a player assistant to start with, but I'd done my cartilage that season, so I got the op, and it was difficult for me. You know, fitness has never come easily to me. Probably linked to the Thursday, Saturday, Sunday nights out, to be perfectly honest. But the fitness thing, training, taking the training, and you know, participating in the training wasn't really working. So I ended up, you know, not playing there and getting involved in it. And I kind of felt, you know, I felt like I was back home to a degree. I felt comfortable there. There was familiar faces around there. It was good socially. I was in a better place in my, you know, my personal life. Everything just seemed and felt right. So, you know, it was good. I enjoyed that aspect of it. You know, Stilly would deal with the, you know, the no board meetings like there were at Cove, you know, and Keithy and all these guys pulling you up for status updates on how the progression of the football side of things going. Sandy would just say, now, a couple of defeats in a row, make sure you win the next team. Okay, that's as much as it was from a boardroom perspective there. But, you know, I just cracked on and took a training. I had George speak about, you know, going down to Largs and things like that. I've never done a coaching course in my life. You know, and when I would end up for Martin later on, say, oh, you need to take your B license, you need to do this, you need to do that. And I flat out refused to do it because, you know, my take on it is that if you're training a part-time football team, and, you know, they are, you basically get your players for maximum 2 hours on a Monday, 2 hours on a Wednesday. So 4 hours a week. You know, 20 minutes at the start of each session is dealt with a warm-up. You're always going to play a game. At the end of both training sessions, generally you've got an hour's worth of fitness work on the Monday, you know. So are these drills you have to go and learn and go through and spend a week doing in Largs to implement for 40 minutes on a Monday and an hour on a Wednesday? I wasn't willing to give up that time. And I've, you know, as you've heard from my playing career, it's been extensive. I've worked with a lot of clubs, a lot of managers, and, you know, it's a lot of stuff out there that you can pick up. So, you know, I always gave the players the stuff that I enjoyed. And, you know, the key for coaching for me and Mikey and George will probably say the same is players moan. training. They moan about it. Oh, we did this last week. Yeah, but you enjoyed it last week. So you try something new. This is shite, you know. And then, you know, you have to, so you've got to be able to identify when someone's going wrong and change it quick. And if you can do that, then, you know, you kind of got the players' respect. You know, work them hard, you know, be honest with them. And then you'll generally get more from them. Similar to what George was saying about the, you know, the working life with football. You know, treat them like adults. You know, be clear on what their expectations are. You know, all you can ask them to do is work hard for you. And if they do that, you know, nobody's got any complaints with how things really are. But yeah, back to Cormac was good. Season and a half there. Won the Highland League Cup. I think we were probably the lowest league placed winners of the Highland League Cup. It's certainly in my time in the league. I think we finished 13th in the league that year, which was, you know, criminal, tragic. But I think we kind of put all our eggs in that particular basket towards the end of the season with a lot of cancellations and midweek games. So saving the boys for the cup run, and you know, it paid off. But no, great to be back at the Cormac. So yeah, enjoyed that.
Right. And then, despite the fact that Mike Cormack had done you over with your contract, you rejoin him in the hunt for Martin United a few years later.
Yeah. So I think still had bailed out for Keith. You know, things weren't going well results-wise, and I think Sandy had asked me if I'd be interested in taking the job on, and I'd learned my lesson from the last time, really. So, you know, I says no thanks. Took a couple of caretakers games. And then it came up, and it was, you know, job-wise, you know, there was a good place in my job. You know, I was comfortable what I was doing. I was confident in what I was doing. I had the time to, you know, to do other things. So, you know, living in Bridgedawn from Edmonds, just 15-20 minutes out the road. So along I came. I remember the first training session I came along to. I think the boys thought it was got to be signing for them. I was thinking, absolutely not, guys. I'm about 40 hours. You know, run rings around me. So yeah, and I came with a hunting Mike, and it was, you know, it's again, you just enjoy the buzz being back around football people and the banter and the crack and the carry on that goes with it.
Good. You're a family man now. I think I used to see you actually. Did I used to see you a push bike or running Ellen Road?
I jump on my bike, I was riding the bike quite a lot.
On the pavement, if I remember.
Yeah, I'm better than that now, and so yeah. And George, you should maybe think about getting the Dennis Lost cycle lanes in Aberdeen, because they're popping up everywhere now, much to the city's dismay. Try and get in the bike and that now, and try and keep the stats.
Yep. So will we see Gerry O'Driscoll back in football at some point in the future, whether it be it a scout or an advisor or
Yeah, I mean, I've said to people that I've worked with in the past, if you want me to come and take a session or two for you, you know, whatever club you're at, I'll go and do it. I work with Alan Hale at Huntley. I've offered that up to him. You know, Hunt knows that I'm available to do that. You know, I went back to Formartin and took a game and took a session for Formartin when Russell was away in Dubai and Paul was suspended for the dugout. So, you know, I'll always be willing to go and help out and lend a hand. You know, my daughter's 18-month-old just now, so it's not something I'd feel comfortable with, you know, missing out on that time at the moment. But somewhere down the line, then yeah. But I mean, I fair enjoy going to the odd game. You know, me and Stille and Nicol and these boys, we'll jump on a train and we're generally at locals Huntley or Keith, because you know, you don't worry about driving back. You just jump on the train home and you get, you know, a few beers on the way up, you catch up with people and you head back and you enjoy the day. So possibly, you know, and never say never. I didn't think I'd end up at Formartin, like Ian Hunter. You know, so if it comes up and the time's right, then I'll do it. But as it stands at the moment, I haven't got itchy feet to get back in right now.
Yeah. I'm a firm believer that football people should be involved in football. At the end of the day, it's one thing having knowledge, it's another thing being able to pass it on to others. So Basically, if there's anybody out there needs to partake in a wee bit of advice, etc., I'm sure you'll maybe shy in passing that on to them. Gerry, it's been great having you on the show, and I hope that we'll get the opportunity to bump into each other at some point in the very, very near future. Thank you very much. Dave.
Thank you, Matt.
George, you had a long career in football, but maybe your final role in the game was one of the most challenging ever as Vice Chairman of Aberdeen Football Club.
Yeah, when I was asked about it, I thought they were initially just looking for me to join the board, and I wasn't sure how that could fit in with everything else I was doing. But when I met with Stuart Milne, he says, no, actually, we want you to come full-time to the club, and I want you to, turn things around. So it was too good an opportunity. I needed to make sure that it wasn't my heart ruling my head because I had a family at home. And anyway, I thought it's a good time to come. They were a bottom six team. They lost really the support. The club was in a great place. The facilities were poor. They had a bunch of debt. And in my mind, I had confidence in myself. And I thought, well, the only way is up here. So it was a good time for me to go in. So I accepted the role and got to work, and again just went and spoke to people individually in the club and out with the club, and identified after to Stuart a 100-day plan about what needed to change at all levels, and the club was still kind of living in the past. It was too focused on looking back at Gothenburg instead of looking forward in the future. And Gothenburg and the success there will always be there without having to look back every day. As I say in business terms, you'll never go forward continuing to look in the rearview mirror, So we just got to work and got people enlisted around us, good people there, lots of good people there at all levels. And just kind of, they were wanting somebody to take a club forward and lead. The supporters are wanting back to some of the glory days. And I had no hesitation in saying, instead of settling for a place in the top six, Aberdeen should be in the top 3 as a minimum. We should be back in Europe every year. We needed to get rid of debt, but the big thing for me wasn't a stadium. The big thing for me was the players needed proper training facilities, because we were beg, borrowing and stealing up until very recently grass pitches wherever we could. And it's bad enough at a junior or Highland League, but at a senior professional level with a club at Aberdeen standing, for me to go around and borrow pitches to Robert Gordon's college or a university or Albine school, it was totally wrong. So we just set about there, got people rallied around within the club. Obviously, we changed the management. Craig and Archie have had great careers, but really we needed somebody more energetic, younger, modern day thinking, good with the press, good with the supporters, and Derek actually fitted that bill. So it was a great time I had there. I really enjoyed my time with the club. I like to think that we managed to tick the boxes. We got rid of debt. We got the training facilities in place. We got the club back into Europe in the top end of the league. We got the supporters numbers up. And again, it worked out well for me, because I kind of speak to people at all levels. And as I said earlier, I've never been in a job so high profile that everybody else in the team knows better than me how to do my job, And at least if supporters know you're listening to them, even if you didn't take what they're saying, if you're listening to them and getting stuff off their chest, it helps. And of course, we needed a charitable side to the club, because as a one club city, we needed to be not only on the park, but we needed to be off the park more present. So we set up a community trust, and that's done well, thanks to the people who were inspirational in getting that going, like Ali Proctor. And so on it went, and had some great times there. Obviously, the League Cup win was great. And that brings me on to the story about the League Cup. Dave, you may remember this. I can't remember the lad's name, but a few years ago, I was a Rothes lad. He was killed in a car crash, a young father, along the Rothes Elgin Road, and he left behind a partner and a young son who live in Rothes. And I was up at I was going up to the lad's funeral because he was an avid Don supporter apparently, and I met his father or father-in-law, and he'd said, "Oh, the young loon's devastated. His son, he's a football supporter. You think there's any chance you could bring the League Cup up to Rothes?" I said, "I'll easily bring a League Cup up to Rothes rather than it sitting in the boardroom." So we'd only had a League Cup a few weeks, and I was going round everywhere, hospitals, schools, anywhere, because the fans had been so starved at trophies that I felt, what's the point of it sitting in the boardroom? It needs to be out there with the supporters who waited so long. So myself, Ali Proctor, the head of community, and another director, Ian Jack, we decided, the three of us, it was a nice day, we'll go up to Rothes and we'll take a League Cup in the back of my car. And the League Cup's in this packaging, it's like a big cylinder. It's got foam inside to protect it, and the League Cup sits in there. So we shoved that in the back of the car. And on the way up, I says, "Oh, let's nip into Blackburn to Archer Drilling, because I know that there's a few fans in there, and I know the MD there. Let's go in and surprise him with the League Cup." And that went really well. So as we were coming out at Archer Drilling on what was the old Blackburn Road through the village, I could see a country bus double-decker coming up, and I said, "Oh, I don't want to be stuck behind him." So I put the foot down in the Range Rover, because I'd let the guys park a cup in the boot of the car, put the foot down, nothing happened momentarily, the bus is getting closer, and then the car went, and it went quick. The boot of the Range Rover flipped up, the Scottish League Cup in the cylinder started going down the Blackburn Road like a Barnes Wallace bomb, like a dam busters. It's heading to, I could only look in my mirror, it's heading towards the bus, it missed the bus driver, I indicated to stop, the bus driver got past it, had visions of the League Cup hitting the bus and the driver crashing into an orphanage or something. And then I says to Ali Proctor, once the bus passed us, "You'll need to go down and get it." And so he went down the Blackburn Road chasing after the League Cup in the cylinder. We got it. I was some fed bars went bouncing down the road as well. I says, "Forget them, just get the League Cup." Even inspect it. I chucked it in the boot of the car, and 2 miles up the road, I says, "No, we're going to have to look and see if it's okay." Because if this bus had hit it, I'd have been posting it under Stuart Regan's door at the SFA. And, you know, we made it up to Rothes, and a little loon who lost his dad, he was only 11, Granda kept it as a surprise for him. Took a League Cup, he got his photo with it, we gave him some jerseys and stuff like that, and autographs and stuff like that. Loon was made up, but you know what, the road to hell's paved for good intentions, and I'd have came what I would have said had I gone back to Stuart. I said, "See that League Cup, by the way?" I put it in an A4 envelope for you, Stuart.
Now, I'm going to tell you a story here as well, George. I had the pleasure of meeting you in my hometown, Rothes. We'll mention Rothes again. One evening, and it was a Rothes FC dinner, and you supported them well that night. And you said to me, "My wife thinks I was taken out to a 4-star hotel. She thought we were going to Cameron House, but we're actually in the Station Hotel right across the road from the Grant Community Hall." And you said to me later, you said, "You know what, Dave?" He says, "This is the most lovely room I've ever slept in any hotel." And that's a bridal suite in the Station Hotel in our hometown, Rothes.
Yeah, well, the Laird of Rothes, Richard Forsyth, and his wife Heather, Richard had been kind enough to put us up in the hotel, and I didn't know the Station Hotel for Adam. And then when I went in there, the place was amazing. Richard had spent a fortune on it, you know, because it was before a lot. It was getting pretty run down. And then when Alison and I went up to the room, it turned out it was a bridal suite. Gerry, you would have loved it. I was flashing coloured lights on the ceiling. I was a balcony with a bubble bath in it, you know, a jacuzzi thing. And I says to Alison, we could maybe replay our honeymoon here, dear. She says, on your bike, I'm up my bed.
Martin wants to come in.
Well, I just want to say I can confirm that was a sincere statement by George and Alison, because if you recall, George, I was assisting you at Pretoria on a match day in the boardroom during that time, and I think you'd said to me that you were heading up to Rothes and you're staying at the Station Hotel, and I said, well, I'd heard good things about it, but I couldn't comment. And then I think the following week or a couple of weeks later, you and Alison took me aside and said, wow, absolutely phenomenal. And
Yeah.
you know, it was, you know, just completely out of this world, and you couldn't, you know, commend it highly enough. So, you know, real testimony.
Yeah, no, and Richard and Heather joined us for breakfast in the morning. And you know what, 9 months later, my daughter was born. What a coincidence.
There's nothing to do with the canter of Glen Grant and the tablet beside the bed as well, George. That's very nice, too.
No, I didn't have time to see that, Dave. But I'll tell you what, speaking about Rothes, it would be wrong of me not to mention the local football team, Rothes FC, right? Because their hospitality is fantastic. What Richard Forsyth has done, Ian Paul and the young lad Henderson and the rest of the committee, they've really picked that club up from the cusp of administration, and it's such a friendly, hospitable club.
Oh, very kind of you to say so, George. That's very kind of you to say so. And I think we'll leave it on that note, Martin. George, one of your biggest achievements, and I think probably your best achievement, is you made that dream a reality at the training facility at Aberdeen, and thank you very much for that, George.
Yeah.
George, for the moment, thanks very much indeed. Been a great delight to have you on the show.
Pleasure.
Mike, life is a number two. You know, you've always seemed to be the right-hand man. Have you never fancied being the guy in charge himself?
Honestly, not really. I've always just, like Gerry, been one of those guys who enjoys mixing with the players. I think the manager has to be a little bit more distant, and it's just always been my job. I've just been assistant, and probably because, you know, the guys I've worked with, you know, we've just worked that way. There's always somebody who's got to have the final say, and really that's why he's a manager. So it's a
it's obviously a formula that works, Mike, because obviously, you know, most places you've been in that role, there have been trophies. And I know you're a modest chiel, but you know, you've got to take some credit, obviously, for the fact that you know, it's not just a coincidence. And of course, in we're talking 2008, you head off to Harlow Park for a couple of seasons, and once again in amongst the trophies, 3 trophies in 2 seasons.
That was when, obviously, with the success Davy Cormac was having at Huntley, because he won things there, and I can't remember who was the manager at the time at Locos, and they got the sack, and obviously Davy being an Inverurie boy and ex-Locos manager from the juniors, he's never going to say no to go down there. And cup tie, well, Ian Mackay, who was at Huntley, was at the time as well, and he took his board down there. And to be fair, that worked, because as you get older and go to clubs and there's more, you know, development coming through, all of a sudden you've got first team, 21s, under 18s, then you've got the colony coming through. It's a lot of work to manage a Highland League team, as you all know, and you need good staff behind you, and guys you can trust as well. So, I mean, Davy was more of a sort of manager and got involved. He did obviously involve in the training, but Cup Tie and myself did most of the training at the Locos. And to be fair, back to recruiting, you know, because he'd been around for a number of years and he's watched players, and to be fair, you know, again what Gerry said about the train, getting boys out for Aberdeen to Inverurie was easy. You know, up to Huntley was easy because, you know, it's a train journey, and after the game you enjoy, obviously, you know, hopefully a win and then a few beers after it, and it's a train journey home. So it made it easy to attract guys to Inverurie. And back to the sports rules that George on a bit earlier on, the training facilities were getting better and better and better for Highland League teams, you know, but, you know, the whole sort of mix, you know, it did work.
Yeah. And then you're up sticks, and the start of this long-term relationship with Chris Hunter gets underway. You're back to Turf United. This time they're not in the juniors, they're in the senior ranks.
Yeah, I mean, Davey left, decided to leave the locals, and obviously I'm going away with him. And I just actually took a 6 months break from football, and with the work we just picked up a contract in Edinburgh, so I was up and down the road a lot. So I mean, it suited me as well. And this guy was phoning me, you know, about twice a day, and I'm thinking, you know, I came to the stage I was just like blocking his calls because he's just been a pest. And then, to be fair to him, he never give up, and he's one of those boys. Hunter, you know, give me a break. And he said, look, come up. And to be fair, going back to Turf, knowing Eddie and knowing Ellis, and obviously been there before, you know, I said, right, let's go for it, you know, and that was, you know, obviously we sent some dodgy players.
And then once, obviously, it was always going to be the case that when Fraserburgh came in for Chris, he was never going to be able to resist the lure of going back to the club as manager, where he had had so many successful years as a player.
No, definitely, but I think he was, he'd success at Turf, you know, and he going, obviously that success took him back to the Broch, and I think, you know, like us all, we just thought Charlie Duncan was going to go on and on and on for years and years and years, because he was, you know, Mr. Fraserburgh, and there was a surprise when he did leave the Broch, and obviously they're going to come for Chris, and but Gerry was actually wrong, because Hunter left about, you know, just after pre-season, but I stayed on to help Simi, and at the time I think Brewster was there as well, and so then I think Mark Cowie left before me, and then I can't remember who was Hunt's assistant at the Broch at the time. He left, and then he came in for me, and it was worse than the phone calls for Turf. It was like every day, you know, come to the Broch, and I actually said no, and it was pre-season, as it was. The next season I went, and I always remember, because he's old man who's a character, right, and they were just building the hospitality at Belsley, so he takes me up, and he says, oh, you met my dad before? I said, where is he? Here's Rexy, down this hole, right, putting in a septic tank for the hospitality suite. He says, get your hands dirty and give me a fucking couple, and he says, hands with this, and before I know it, I'm working. I only came here to see the place, and he's got me involved. But again, back to, you know, committees. Oh my God, that Fraserburgh committee, you know, Finlay Noble and his crew and Rex, you know, I mean, what they did there, you know, and you know, I used to go up there with Cove, and I swear I used to hate him playing at Belsley, because you just got absolutely pelters all the time. So then he's phoning me, asking me to go up to Fraserburgh. I'm thinking, why the hell would I want to go there? They hate me, you know. All the clubs I've been at, they still see him as an ex-Cove player, you know. And I think the only, you know, saving grace was obviously I came up with Hunter. He said, look, no, this guy's I know he's near tunes us for Rocky, and his life's fine. So I thought, right, we'll give it a go. Let's just do pre-season and see how it works. So I'm thinking, can I get a train to Fraserburgh? How do we get home? You know, it's like car back up and forth. So it's like, and it just says you want to enjoy, you know, a beer after the game. So it's a totally different scenario for me. So I arrived at pre-season, and it's a bit like Gerry arrived at Huntley pre-season. There was about 40 odd boys and Billy we had. At Fraserburgh, there was 60 kids and players on the beach waiting for pre-season training. And I said, who's all this? Oh, he just invites everybody. That's a standard at Brock. The whole squad, all the kids come through. It's an open, you know, day. It's like, you want training? And then obviously they start playing for their boys' clubs and they start dwindling out. So I said to Chris, so who's taking training with me? Nobody. You'll just manage. So I said to Russell O'Brien Boomer, I said, right, well, I didn't really know at the time. I said, but go take him for a run. So I'm like, they're away down there and I'm setting things up. And then they came back. But I kid you not, from that first day, they didn't know who the hell I was. But I kid you not, nobody in that whole squad in that beach said, normally do that run on. It wasn't that mowing, they all did it. I mean, I had them, like Gerry knows, had the poles in the water, digging out up to their necks and coming in and out. And you know, thinking, well, yeah, this is great, you know. It's like, I've done it for years and they're thinking, oh, no, this shit again. You know, it's like, come on. Because it was new to the Brock. But people say, you know, there's a list here, you know, 14 different clubs I've worked with. And I've got to say, you know, Fraserburgh was one of the clubs I went to, and I kid you not, in all those years, there wasn't a moan out of a lot of them. And what I liked about it, well, they were easy to manage because of why they didn't get a penny sign-on fee. It was all a wage at the end of the day. So they're all the same. Doesn't matter who you were. It might be changed days now, but when Hunter was there and Charlie and all these boys, there was no money. And I think that's why, always remember, we're in the change rooms and Hunter was always like bringing in young kids, and he's got them all in the under 21 game, and I was about, you know, a squad of boys in, and he says, right, you know, unsigned players, maybe half of them, and he says, right, hands up who wants to play for the Brock. And before you, even the signed boys are going like this, I want to play, you know, hands up, the young boys, but it's just a passion they've got up there. They're in this bubble, I keep saying it, and they're lucky because that's all they want to do. And I know he's left now, and Mark Cowie's got a lot of success with the same sort of unit. But as I said, great club, a lot of time for Finlay Noble. I mean, he's a top guy. And when Hunter decided to leave, you know, and this is where the gratitude to the guy, he said, oh, Mike, you don't want to stay and take on, because I wasn't the go-to for Martin with him when he eventually went down the road. I said, like, he'll openly tell you, I said, it's a bad move for you. Stay here and win the league with Fraserburgh. And that's was my advice to him. But he says, no, I want to go and, you know, have more chance of winning the league in Aberdeen with Martin, you know, with the sort of money that Athol had backing him. But as I said, great memories of Fraserburgh. And when they win something, you know, back to, you know, I know we used to travel up in the car and Blind Cowie and myself, and, you know, it was a night in the Brock. And if you've not won anything in the Brock before, I mean, that's an experience in itself, with Russell McBride and Boomer and, you know, cutting some shapes in some dodgy nightclubs and all this kind of stuff. It is definitely a place I would recommend you go, you know.
But you did.
See, Jerry would have been at the Brock.
Yep. You did make a move, and you were proved right to a certain degree, because I think you were there, what, 3 years? Three
For Marlon.
Aye,
Yeah.
three seasons.
No.
No silverware.
No, but what we did.
Looking back, do you feel you could have done better, or, you know, put your finger on what the issue was? Or?
If Cove won in the league, you know, would have won the Highland League by a canter, because
Yep.
Cove were, it's a bit like when I was a player at Cove, I think George will remember, we must have been at 3 or 4 cup finals and Huntley beat us in the them all.
Yeah.
And Brian Thompson, last minute penalty, free kick for about 50 yards, you know, all those second, you know, we had. And I mean, we were the bridesmaids of the Highland League because we were never first, you know. But for Martin, when we came down from the Broch, I mean, it was a rebuilding thing the first year. And to be fair, we signed 14 players and we weren't far away from winning the league, you know, with a great run. We were top goal scorers in the league, you know, and we're really, you know, I think we shaped the club to what it is now because we signed a lot of good, you know, professionals. And I mean, let's face it, you know, I can't put my finger on it. Hopefully, I mean, Paul goes on and wins the Highland League. Now that Cove are out of it, I do mean that. He's got a great chance because they should be winning Highland Leagues for Martin because they've got a chairman who's going to back every single manager. You know, it gets the job. And his enthusiasm is still there to go and, you know, and win it. But it's just, it was really disappointing because I thought, in general, I thought we were going to do it because I just had a feeling, but obviously losing that, and I'm not saying it's because of the Highland League setup, but to play a game like they did on a Wednesday night at Harlow Park, when it was like the place was packed to the rafters, that to me, I still think it should have been a Saturday, to be fair, and I don't know it would have changed the result, but you know, it wasn't a really fair, I don't think, in both clubs because, you know, and we'd won that game there, and I think we would have possibly had a chance. But a big miss, you know, Craig McEwen for us was a huge, you know, player, and they had him for half the season was a big miss at the back as well because then we signed a striker in Gary Wood and we ended up playing him centre half, where his goals, you know, should have been, you know, the difference. But hey, ifs and buts, it's all ifs and buts. But as I said, you know, hopefully, you know, I mean, Paul Lawson came along and you know, of a lot of, you know, Paul's a great career in football and was a great signing for us. But again, he was blighted by injury and we didn't get enough out of him as well. But I mean, he'll hopefully become the first manager Huntley, for Martin go win the league. You know?
Yep. Okay,
I think that the reason that for Martin didn't win the league, or haven't won the league yet, it's changing a little bit now. The mentality, they had their plan A, which was to blow teams off the park, and when plan A worked, it worked more often. I mean, it worked more often than not. But when things didn't go so well, they didn't have a plan B initially, because you know most of the games came too easy for them, so they didn't have that dig.
Yeah, that man that year that you know Pelly was Cove won the league. Remember the last? I was at that game. It was actually a monsoon of rain. You know, absolutely pissing down the whole. And I think they played Nairn.
Yeah, Nairn. Conor Gethin scored twice, I think, for Nairn.
Yeah,
against run of play, that usual Conor Gethin's goal, wide in the right, keeper off his line, lob, back the net. Twice.
That was a great chance of winning the league that season. And to be fair, Cove came from behind. But you know, if you ask Hunter again, would he have gone for Martin? You'd probably say, you know, it was too good a chance and they to go to. But I mean, I still think it would have been a great achievement to win the league at the Broch, because when they're going to win the league, you know, they're destined to win it. And again, they have a great chance because, and you know, Cove have been, you know, a dominant factor with John Sheeran, you know, who really, and Tyndall as well. They've all done really well. Before that, you know, Bob Summers, you think back, and what, you know, to win every trophy there had to be in the Highland League that one season, you know, it was incredible, you know. And but hey, everybody has a time and move on. As I said, when you look back, you know, I can say, you know, you see Dave, you see you, Martin, up at Peterhead, meet Gerry watching games, meet George. You know, we've all been involved in football, obviously, and you know, but the Highland League is one of the leagues that you can go to, you know, any ground and the open open arms. So I come in for a drink and got a tea and a pie half time. It is a great. It doesn't matter if you're up at Rothes or the Broch or Fort William. You know, you're welcomed. You know, so it is good to go back to these grounds and actually see the guys who used to be involved in. But now, as I said, when I first came on here, I'm a granddad now, so my priorities have changed. You know, try to get my handicap down at golf. You know, and as I said, now son-in-law's signed for Cove, we'll go and watch them. So that's.
Well, I was going to put you in a spot now. Just a couple of questions before we finish up. You mentioned your son-in-law, Rory McAllister, has got an eye for goal. Scored one or two at Peterhead. Record-breaking goal scorer. First player to score 100 goals in the SPFL. I think certainly Griffiths was the nearest, but it was something like 30 goals behind him. So it gives you some idea of the magnitude of him. The question I'm going to ask is, will the Highland League see Rory McAllister before he hangs up his boots? What do you think?
That's a good possibility. I mean, I think, when I've always said to Rory, and you know, Gerry will tell young boys the same advice, you should play at the highest level you can until your legs say, you know, I've got to step down one. And I mean, that's why, you know, I'm not saying, football's all about opinions, and it's back to the managers. It's only his opinion. And if Rory's good enough to play for Cove and they are going places, I think, you know, I know it's all slowed down because this COVID and all this. I'm hoping Cove will be in the championship in the next couple of years. Now, whether Rory's playing the championship, I don't know. But as I said, they are going places, and you know, they've got a great setup there. And I think they're, you know, they're at a place where they're deserved. You know, because I think Aberdeen needs a second team in that SPL. And I know, you know, Peterhead have done really well, and you know, but I think. Highland League is, you know, always going to be there for players to step down for seniors. And you know, I was just talking to Chris Hunt the other day, and he signed 3 young boys for Aberdeen on loan, which is fantastic for Turner, because it should be the case. Years ago, when Jim Leighton was on loan to Devonville, you know, going back in the day. So I think, you know, players should step down and they play Highland League football. But whether Rory does it or not, I don't know. As I said, it's really up to him.
It's a real sit in the fence father-in-law sort of response.
Definitely.
Finally, Mike, we've got to touch on the fact that, and it's been, you know, blemished a wee bit because of the COVID thing, but Rothy Rovers, obviously there's a family connection there. Your brother Brian is involved in, you know, fantastic facility, as Dave touched on. You know, super pitches, but they'll be a fantastic addition to the juniors, will they?
I hope so. I mean, they really, what they've done there, and again back to hard working committees and my dad and you know the guys behind the scenes, and you know, retired farmers getting that on and you know fixing that park, and it was always going to be a case. They'd always put it off, and then I think now they've made the step, and you know I've seen the evidence myself. It looks a different place with the barrier around and the dugouts, and you know it's a fantastic achievement to actually go junior. I'm hoping they do well. They've got the first game was against Dice on Saturday, where they drew, but I mean, as I said, I'm hoping to do well in the juniors, and as I said, it's just progression through the years. It's just funding again. I mean, they need, you know, they've got a place next door, and you know, fantastic, you know, bowling club. They're funded by the lottery money when it was on the go, and they'd raised half of it, and it was, you know, so hopefully they can do a deal with them, and because and get the hospitality going again when the COVID is all over. Because I was talking to Dave Cormack the other day, so look at my clubs that have been out in the Highland League, and then his club's in the junior, so we'll have a calendar year of all the places to go. It's like, a Saturday. So it's not.
I'm in no doubt they'll do well, if for no other reason than the fact that they've got a Rotha Squine and a tea hut.
Best buys in Rothy, That's Iona. She's the player, no, definitely.
Yeah, well, I revert back to the time I was saying when I refereed Rothy in Juvenile, and if I'm out in the park at the start of the game, just having a wander around, see what it's like, and the first thing I hear is this voice comes through the hatch, "Martin Johnston, what are you doing here?" And I thought, my God almighty, because Iona was brought up in the same street, just a few houses down the road for me in Land Street in Rothes. So they will be successful for nothing else than the fact that they've got a Rotha Squine behind the scenes.
Definitely.
Big shout out to Iona, and the best of luck to, sure Dave will join me, best of luck to Rothy Rovers as they embark on their inaugural season in the junior ranks. Guys, time's catching up with us. George has got a shift at Queen Street Police Station to start very soon, I'm sure. So, Dave, do you have a head scratcher for us this week?
Well, I think we've just created a record. We've just passed the 4-hour mark, Martin. That's
sure, I know. Goodness me. There you go. We keep saying every week you phone me the next day and say, "That's the best in yet." Yeah. So there you go, guys. You've got it for a week anyway, if nothing else.
Yeah, we've short the winter, that's for sure. Head scratcher, very simple. There were 7 Highland League clubs started. The first Highland League meeting in 1893. Who were the 7 clubs? One of them was Clachnacudden. It's a 2-part question. What is the literal meaning of Clachnacudden? What does Clachnacudden mean in Gaelic? So who were the 7 clubs who joined the Highland League in 1893? One of them was Clachnacudden. What does Clachnacudden mean in the Gaelic? And if you can send your answers to George knows. Don't tell him yet, George.
No, I was just going to rule myself out because I was at that meeting.
Chairman.
Tremlett covered it for the P&J, that's right. Anyway, at Up the Dooney is where you put your answers to this week's Head Scratcher. Go onto Twitter and put at Up the Dooney. Give us your answer.
Superb. Guys, thank you so much for joining us for the long haul tonight. It's just, for me, it's flown past. Love hearing all your stories and your reminiscing about the good days, and sometimes not necessarily the good old days, but nevertheless, fantastic to hear from you and see you all looking so well. Obviously, COVID has got its silver lining in that respect. Thanks again to Gerry O'Driscoll, George Yule, and Mike Cormack. Next week, for our penultimate show, we will be joined by a former Highland League player who shares his name with someone else with a famous strip. We'll be joined by a former Don who scored twice on his debut for Celtic and went on to play and manage both in the Highland League. And our third guest is the no-nonsense defender who opposing Highland League fans just love to hate. As always, we ask you to keep safe, and we'll see you next Sunday night. Thank you. Good night.